Welcome everybody to Trichome Life Grower Stream number 20. Topics for tonight, I do believe, are hash and gnats. What up, Wookiee? How you doing?
I'm doing good, bro. How you doing?
Doing pretty good myself. Just getting my shit together for the day. Art.
Weird. I think we'll have some other people joining us here pretty soon.
Word. I hope so, at the very least.
But it's like we got a couple people in chat already. I see Grow Shack 718 Green and Pro Grow. I know we got another show streaming live right now, so probably have some people trickling over from that as that one wraps up. But shout out to everybody that's over here with us now.
Word up. Shout out to chat. What up, Hayes? All right. Give me half a second. I'll be right back. I'm just gonna grab drugs and stuff.
Word. What's going on with you, Purple?
My bad. Yeah, I'm just driving around. My audio's probably all fucked up. I just figured I'd come in here. I didn't know we were live yet, but
No, it's good, man. You actually sound pretty good.
yeah, I'm just over here cruising around. Figured I'd pop in and see what's cracking tonight.
Yeah.
I seen you got that. You got some sick deal on some fucking 4x4s or some shit.
Oh yeah, man. Yeah. So I guess I'll just kind of break into quick update on my room and shit. What's going on since we're kind of waiting for everybody to join up. But yeah, today I swooped up on some. I got a pretty sick deal on Craigslist on a couple 4x4 trays and some reservoirs. So we got we got proper size tray for the room now since before I was running a 3x3 tray in the 4x4 tent, but we got a 4x4 tray now. I got my stand all set up. I'll be posting some pictures on Instagram, and once everything's put together, I'll put a video out on YouTube. But we got the stand up, throwing up some Panda film on the walls. Got our light brackets that we're gonna hang our lights from hung up. Ventilation's all set up, so we're pretty much ready to roll, man. Just waiting on the lights to come in the mail. It should be here Monday or Tuesday. And then once we get the lights hang up, I'm going to throw the clones I got ready into that tray and flip them over, man. They're ready to go.
Was it you or somebody else who said that you were looking at the RTech originally instead of the Panda film?
Yeah, I was looking at RTech, but just due to my situation where I'm at, I live about 30 minutes from a Home Depot, the closest Home Depot or any hardware store. So, the 4x8 sheet of RTech, I have a truck, but it doesn't have an 8-foot bed. So it'd have been hard to kind of secure those and take them on the freeway and fly out. So Panda film was actually half the price for the amount I needed. So I swooped up and got some Panda film just to cover the area around the stand. It's not really for reflection or anything other than just kind of, that clean look, I guess. But I guess it will reflect a little bit, but I'm just going to go ahead and slap that up there and call it done.
Which of the two give better reflection? Isn't it the Panda over the RTech?
Yeah, that's what I'm told. SoCal was telling me last night when we were talking about this that I guess it's like hands down Panda film's way better, I guess. So there's that, I guess.
Plus, it's more easily replaceable, and you don't have to worry about putting a fist through it or something.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. And the price is at least where I'm getting it at. The price was way better. So can't complain about that. It's like, I mean, not that RTech's expensive in the first place, but I mean, I was looking at maybe $16 for RTech, and I ended up paying $8 for the Panda film. So
that's the fun of RTech, though, bro. You can punch a hole in it. Nah, but yeah, Panda paper or Panda film is definitely a cheap alternative.
Yeah, man, excited. I got the room all dialed in and shit, man. I kind of been running the ventilation just to see what the temps do right now, and everything's been looking pretty good. So I'm ready to get back into flower here and pick up where we left off. All my clones are looking really fucking good. No problems at all. Everything's. I was able to top these a lot sooner, than I did with the seeds, because I kind of waited until the seedlings were a little older to top them. I was gonna wait for them to show sex before I topped them, and then I kind of pussied out and said fuck it and topped them. But these clones, I topped these real early, so they're branching out really nice, and gonna have a good 9 plants in that 4x4. So it should be a dope run.
Word up. What up, One Shot?
What's going on, guys?
Hey,
Wookiee, was it you that I?
How you doing tonight, sir?
I'm sorry, Wookiee. Was it you that had the got the new light in?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Said, was it you that got the new light in? I thought I was somebody on our Trichome chasers that just got some new lights in.
No, I'm getting new lights. Grow Mouse, I got some lights from Grow Mouse, but they're not here yet. They'll be here Monday or Tuesday. I think either Hands or Wavy, one of those guys, are building a light right now.
No.
Yeah, but yeah, no, my lights will be here on Tuesday. So, and then I'll be putting up videos, and I'm fucking be all over Instagram with them. I'm super stoked about them. So
Nice, dude. I'm excited for that. That's gonna be a good build to watch.
Word, major shout out to Grow Mouse for that. That build's fucking badass.
yeah, man, really appreciate Grow Mouse hooking me up, man. I mean, he by hooking me up, I mean building it for me and designing it, and just putting his stamp of love and just doing all the work for me. But I don't want anybody to get the wrong impression here. I did pay money for these lights, so it wasn't a freebie by any means. But still, I mean, he's hooking it up big time. It came out fucking dope.
Definitely knows what he's doing.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And I don't know if anybody hasn't seen the lights yet, you can check them out on my Instagram, or on Grow Mouse's Instagram. I kind of reshared his video that he posted about them. You guys go check out the lights that I'm putting up over there. There are a couple little features and touches that he left out of that video, so there will be more to see once they're hung up in my room. But you get the basic concept by checking out his video. He made a dope ass little 1-minute Instagram video. Check it out.
Yeah, I saw that. I was talking to him a little bit about pricing too. It seems like they're definitely spendy at this point, but those are definitely about the size that I'm looking for myself to maybe cover my what is my 6x12.
Yeah,
just more of those. Things seem bright as shit.
Yep. There's some cobs, man. The ones we're actually doing, those were so it's 16 cobs. They're the Citizen CLU 48 1212 Gen 6s. So they're the 36 volt, I believe, right, Blunt? 36 volt
yes,
cobs.
Sir.
And we're running them on we're using 2 HLG 320 1050 milliamp drivers. So they're
how many watts does that guy pull?
It's going to pull in, I believe he said it pulls about 647. Yeah, 647.
Well, that's not too bad at all.
No, not bad. Should be perfect for a 4x4. Hoping, with our planning, and strain dependent, but I'm hoping to pull 1.5 pounds. Anything upwards of that, and I'll be real happy. But if I pull 1.5 pounds, I'll be a happy guy. Especially with dark plasma. I mean, dark plasma is a low yielder, so this first run might be a little lower. I'm not really sure what to expect, but I've seen varied results on the dark plasma. On how much they yield.
Still, personally, for me, I'd like to run low yielding strains. That way, if you crush it and then you get a higher yielder, you're like, whoa, this is sweet.
Word, yeah. Loki Grow on Instagram. He ended up pulling, I think it was like 5.5 ounces from one dark plasma, which was surprising. And I talked to him about it, and he said that everything was just like rock hard, sticky, fucking rock hard nugs. And he was really surprised on how dense it was. So it kind of surprised him. But, I've heard other people say it's kind of a low yielder too, but it's kind of got that, that cookies, got its low yield from that cookies, but we'll see how it goes.
Nice.
All big.
How's everybody this week?
I didn't really catch what either of you guys said.
What's been going on with you though? One shot. I said it looks like you're coming along in your recovery there, man. I see you in the garden, you know, poking around and stuff on Instagram, man. How you doing?
Dude, it's been actually a pretty fucking rough couple of weeks, man. This burn is not fun at all. And then I went to UC Davis and got all patched up. Then they gave me some new pain medication, and oh my God, I think I had an allergic reaction to it. I ended up in the emergency room the last couple of days. It's not been fun at all. One day just literally could not stop throwing up for about 18 hours straight, like every 2 fucking seconds. It was brutal as fuck.
Yeah, that's rough, bro. You know, I'd like to. I'm curious to know. I don't know if you you know, want to talk about it, but I'm just curious to know how much you know, cannabis has helped you or not helped you during your recovery, or what it, you know, what it's been good for, what it has been not so helpful for. Just out of my own curiosity.
Well, for me, along with the burns, definitely if I didn't have it, life would suck even worse. Because, I mean, as people know, when you go with nausea, the cannabis is one of the things that help a lot. I mean, I can only get relief for like fucking 2 seconds, but I mean, at least it was 2 seconds, you know. The only other thing that slowed it down was when they injected Valium into me via IV line. Like it's just not fun at all. But in general, cannabis, I actually got it. I got exposed to fucking somebody using Avid 2 weeks out, and they sold a shitload of it to me. Didn't tell anybody about it, and it just pretty much fucked me up for life. Now I have high blood pressure, my heart. I went to the heart doctor, and they did a sonogram on my heart, and he's like, "Did you know your heart is swollen, infected, has fluid in it, is beating irregularly, is beating fast, and your blood pressure's through the roof?" Oh, that sounds fun. So yeah, you need to take a pill every single day, or you're gonna have a heart attack and die. Oh, by the way, you need to take this for nausea, this for chest pain, this for headaches, this for this. Started looking them up, rat poison, blood thinners, all sorts. I'm like, no wonder why I'm getting sick every single fucking day from 8 to noon. Started looking up cannabis and found out that, guess what? Organic cannabis actually slows your heart rate down, slows your blood pressure down, puts your heart back in rhythm. I actually have strains that actually can stop a heart attack pretty well in its tracks. It's just certain levels of certain things do different things.
Right. Well,
Like
I mean, in case anybody doesn't know, I one shot. He's put it on his Instagram and stuff, but he had a pretty severe. Did they tell you what degree burns you got on his hands?
Very deep 2nd-degree burn. It's almost a 3rd-degree burn. I lost everything on the back of my hands and around my wrist. I ended up having about a 4-foot grease fire in my house. It was me or the house and the family and the pets. So it was me.
That's just rough, man. So, I mean, specifically related to your injuries, though, so you said with the burns, the cannabis is definitely helping with the pain from the burns. Have you noticed any other effects or any other benefits or negatives?
I wasn't able to use it as a topical. It's just too sensitive at that point. I don't even really want to fuck with aloe. You know, if I put one thing on there, I'm rolling around on the ground for about a fucking hour. So that's not exactly fun. So I'm just pretty well sticking with the medical grade stuff that they're giving me. But yeah, dude, if I didn't have any cannabis, life would just really, really, really be miserable right now. I mean, I can't really take the pain meds and I can't really handle the stomach shit. So that really, really helps with both. And then along with the pain meds, if you have allergic reaction to them, one of the side effects of it is increased heart rate and panic attacks. And if you have a bad heart to begin with, panic attacks, your heart goes too fast, which mine beats too fast anyways, that can lead to heart attack and stroke very quickly. So, I mean, it's very hard when you have a heart problem to actually try to get yourself kind of under control when there's something that's not helping you control it at all. But yeah, cannabis definitely helps you kind of realize where you're at and fucking sustain yourself, definitely. But honestly, if I had some of my own meds and the strains that I needed, it would have been a lot easier. But because I have strains for, like I said, head, heart, stomach, sleep. I know exactly what strain I need to do for what. Like I'd be at work and all of a sudden my heart would go out of rhythm. Instead of going thump, 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 it'd go thump, thump, thump. It's like you throw your washer's out of sync and you you go over there and kick it and it circles itself out and goes go take one hit of any indica and my heart like I literally will go from pale white, take one hit and I jump right back. I'm just like, oh yeah, I'm fine. Just stupid. It's random as shit. I can literally put my arm in a blood pressure cuff at Walmart, go out in the car and take a hit, come back in, and my blood pressure will drop almost 20 points.
That's
It's
crazy.
ridiculous. That's just something I got tired of throwing up every fucking day and started doing it myself and found out they're like, oh, if you don't take this pill every fucking day, you're going to die within 6 months. That was 7 years ago.
Word. I want to, real quick, I want to shout out to everybody joining the chat now. I see a lot of people coming in. You know, the other stream that was going on looks like it just ended. So some more people coming in. Shout out to Tony Baloney, Grow Love 21, Chosen One, Green, Big Ed 1961. What's going on, guys? I see Tony asking no Blunthumb. Bluntthumb's here. He's got a couple things. He's running around. I think take care of some garden things, but he'll be back in just a second. Monster, I believe, will be joining us tonight. Haven't heard from him. I know SoCal is on his way. He was stuck in some traffic. So we got a few people that will be joining us here shortly, but we'll just kind of roll for now. Are you still with us there, Purple?
Yeah, I'm here just fucking around on my phone and shit. My bad.
Oh, word, you're good. So yeah, shout out to all the chat joining us now. Our Grown Bud Band, what's going on, bro? It looks like I know a lot. There's probably a few people hanging out at the. We got the Vegas High Times Cup going on right now. I know a few people that would jump down there for that. So that's pretty dope. I know they had some issues with, you know, whether or not they're going to be allowing cannabis products to be sold there or not. I think they ended up not allowing it, and it sounds like they're not even letting you smoke it there.
Damn.
So that's yeah.
Tighter and tighter. And then with that new presidential thing, they're trying to, or with Colorado, they're trying to make all home grows down to like what, 6 plants or something like that.
Yeah, I'm not really sure. They're gonna have a rough time doing that, I think, but.
Yeah, definitely. That's not a good thing for any. They're just going to start tightening it up everywhere. Unfortunately, it's not good.
Right. Yeah, but anyways, I know we got, you know, so Cup season's officially started. We got the Vegas Cup. Vegas Cup is today and tomorrow. We got the San Bernardino Cup, SoCal Cup coming up 420 weekend. And then I believe the NorCal Cup is June 3rd and 4th, I want to say. If I'm not mistaken, I think it's June 3rd and 4th. So pretty exciting stuff. But that's
the Frisco Cup?
Yeah, it's I think it's going to be the same location that the Emerald Cup was at the end of last year. I'm not sure. It's not actually in San Francisco this year. I could probably look it up and find out, but
in Oakland at the what is it, Sleep Train Center? No,
it's let me look it up here. I'll pull it up real quick.
So we're
sure.
We're gonna puff fat at the cup or what?
Yeah, who on the panel? Which of you guys going to any cups this year? Or?
This year, more than likely not. Maybe next year, but this year just got too much shit going on.
Word.
Can't venture too far away from home base.
What about you, Purple? You didn't make it out to a cup?
I want to. I'm really busy right now, but in the summer, I definitely want to make it out to something.
Yeah. Okay, so the NorCal Cup, yeah, it is June 3rd and 4th. It's at the Sonoma County Fairgrounds in Santa Rosa, California. So right there in the Bay Area by everything, but it's actually in Santa Rosa this year. Same place that the Emerald Cup was. So it's pretty.
Oh, nice.
So a decent little venue. It works pretty nice. But I will be definitely at the NorCal Cup. Whether or not I'm going to make it to the San Bernardino Cup yet is to be determined, but I'm going to try for sure. So yeah, I'll be, and then after that, I think let's see, what do they got? The Colorado Cup also. I'm not sure when that one is. Let me see if I can find out. But I know the Colorado Cup, and I think they have the Jamaica Cup too. But yeah, I don't think they have a date yet for Colorado. I don't think they put out any info on it yet, but I know there should be a cup in Colorado this year. I assume, maybe not. It says info coming soon on their website, so we'll see.
High Times Cup.
Yeah, the High Times Colorado. I don't know if they're gonna have it this year.
Yeah, I don't know. They had issues last year.
Yeah.
What's up, boys?
Hey, what's going on, Photon?
Looks good.
We've been fucking busting ass all day, working on my new veg area, and just transplanted all my plants, and then I ran out of dirt after like.
Ain't that about a bitch, man?
Yeah,
I know, right?
Fuck, man.
You work
I try to make it a
fuck.
habit. I try to make it a habit of every time I go to the grocery store for anything, I just fucking buy a bag of cocoa.
yeah.
It's like,
I
because
always buy a
it
bag
never
of
fails,
perlite.
man.
I always buy a bag of perlite when I'm at Lowe's. I guess I could just go in my backyard and dig up some dirt. Be fine.
You got
Probably
that good stuff up there in Seattle, man.
Yep. I swear this is where Fox Farms Ocean Forest gets their Ocean Forest dirt from.
Yeah, there you go.
I think so. Don't they just cut straight out of like plant? Well, some companies will actually take certain like bat guano and perlite and all that, and mix it and make their own soil. And some places actually like go out and just cut it out of the land and put it in bags, so it's kind of inconsistent.
Fox Farms I know puts perlite and shit in theirs too, and
Right.
mixes
So
it really well and stuff.
they
But
incorporate a little bit of their own amendments into some of the natural virgin forest or whatever they call it.
yeah. I fucking usually I just get like the cheapest bag of topsoil I can get, or I'll just go dig up some dirt in my backyard, and then I just mix it with I usually do like a 3-to-2 perlite to soil mix, so it's pretty heavy on the perlite. Seems to be working pretty well for me.
Have you ever thought about trying to look into a cork? I hear that.
Cork?
Yeah, cork doesn't float. It doesn't float like the perlite does.
That would be actually awesome. Cork?
Cork, yeah, DNA sells it. It's
Okay.
going around a lot of stores now, but it's called DNA Cork. It's a new aeration product that a lot of people are really seeming to like. They'll do like coco cork and peat, and they seem to really like that.
Is it spelled COIR?
No, it's cork. I think this is COR. I don't even know how the fuck, but let me look it up real quick.
Yeah.
Are you thinking of Coco Core is what you're thinking of, Photon?
Oh yeah, okay, yeah, that's what I was thinking of.
Yeah, he's actually talking about actual cork, right?
Like wine bottle corks.
Yeah, like wine bottle cork.
Pretty much.
I thought those floated too. Maybe just not as much as perlite. Maybe it's not as dense.
I think the perlite's just a little bit too like it's got too much air in it, and the cork's just a little bit more fibrous in it.
Yeah, it's just
Kind of like in between a cocoa and a perlite medium.
Yeah, that would actually be optimal because like right now, a lot of my perlite like floats to the top when I water, and then that'll spill over into my drain, which I have a strainer on, so it clogs my strainer all the time, and I have to clean it out.
Yeah, that's always a pain in the ass.
Yeah.
Well, that
Especially if you're using, like, any
leads
kind of
us.
virgin forest. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
That kind of leads us right into one of the topics I know we wanted to get to this week, which is mediums, different mediums in the grow room. But before we do that, I just want to, Photon just joined us. I see you got some components back there, bro. What's been going on? I know you got your website up and going. Just kind of plug that for you real quick. Let everybody know.
Yeah, I actually just got my website going. It's photonphantomdesigns.com, and Phantom is spelled with an F, so the initials of the company are PFD, which is photon flux density. I got probably got 50 Viros here, and I got probably 20 CXBs that just came in. I got 5 HLG 320s and 4 HLG 240s that just came in. Most of those are spoken for. I got Hands and Dirt, his heat sinks right here. This is a 160.
Oh, it's a fucking monster, huh?
Yeah, it's massive. It's 163 millimeter.
Wow.
Heat sink by 70. No, there's.
Fucking monster. It's dope.
Yeah.
Pre-drilled and tapped too, huh?
Yeah, pre-drilled and tapped, and it's got the flats on the side, which I really like for.
Oh, nice.
See that, but for mounting, you know,
Yeah,
just makes it that much easier. And then I don't have most of this stuff up on my website. I only have Veros and CXBs up on my website right now, but I'm trying to list this stuff. I've just been so busy with redoing my veg area and replanting everything this weekend that you know how life goes.
Nice.
But I am going to start doing like making just a line of frames. So I'll have like ones that fit a 4x4 tent, just the L bracket frames.
That's fucking badass, man. I think there's
then,
really a market for that. A lot of people,
yeah, there
they
is.
want to build lights, man, but
people have been blowing me up on Instagram about it. And in my regular email too. I've been getting so many DMs that I've just been telling people to email me like, here's my email address and I'll get back to you as soon as possible because I've been fucking swamped. But yeah, I'm in good with all the material suppliers up here, so I can get water jet or you know, just extrude aluminum really cheap. So
that's dope, man.
Building a new workbench out of my garage right now for the miter saw I bought so that I can make all these frames.
You know, I think for people that are wanting to get into DIY LED, and for somebody that's done it already, it may seem like a menial task or like something that, you know, isn't such a big deal. But I think designing and, you know, how big the frame needs to be and having, you know, acquiring the materials and having the resources to be able to cut it up and mount it together, that almost seems like, you know, the hurdle for a lot of people. You know, they don't want to have to decide how big it needs to be and, you know, where they're going to mount the cobs and everything. So starting off right and starting off with the frame, you know, the framework of your light, I think will really help a lot of people that are, you know, wanting to get over that hump and jump into DIY. You know, they get the frame, they order all their components. All they got to do is kind of slap it on there and wire it up. I think that'll,
exactly.
I think there's a big market for that, man. I think that's dope that you're doing that.
Yeah. Yeah. Shout out to Grow Mouse for giving me that idea.
Yeah, word. All right. So anyways, man, if you guys want to jump, you know, want to go ahead and jump into this topic. I know we wanted to talk a little bit about growing mediums this week. We kind of were having a discussion, you know, about mediums, you know, different pHs that different mediums require, you know, different growing styles, stuff like that. But I guess we could start off kind of with the basic, you know, with the dirt, the soil, you know, where it all started. So I don't know. I'd like to kick that over to you, one shot. I know you grow in soil, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, kind of talk about, you know, if you could tell us a little bit about, you know, different soils that are available. I mean, what you use, what, you know, what kind of water you need to use for soil, if you pH it, if you don't, kind of just give us the basic, you know, the beginner's rundown.
You just want any good soil. In my opinion, you want to start with an organic soil. If you can just straight up just watch the plant grow, just water it. You know, I mean, if it's your first run, you don't even really need to push it. Just have the plant experience, but just go off with something basic. Go with something off that has a decent amount of food. Try not to look with anything that has EDTA in it, or that's just a synthetic version of nutrients. But good soil you can do Fox Farms, Ocean Forest, 707. Like the Royal Gold series has got a couple of good ones. Sunshine 4 is always good. I prefer making your own mix. That way you can tailor it. You know exactly what's in it. You can start with a 1-to-1-to-1 base. You can either do a more coco base if you like, or a more peat or worm casting base if you like. With peat, again, you need to realize that the more peat you use, it does hold a really good amount of life, more life than any other material out there. But if it gets too dry, it's not going to want to absorb water. And if it gets too wet, it just doesn't like to dry out. So you just want to pretty much, you'll start getting into that. But you want, if for basics, go out there and get a good soil. Don't get Miracle Grow. Miracle Grow is not for cannabis. It doesn't have enough food in it, and it's just too expensive for what you're getting. If you just go down to the hydro store, say, hey, you got 707, it's 3 cubic feet of dirt, which is right around 21 gallons of dirt. And I mean, that's got 3 weeks of food in it. I mean, that's plenty. Just put them in a 2-gallon pot, veg them for 3 weeks, put them in their final home, veg them for 3 weeks, flower them, and just watch it do its thing. It's got plenty of food in it. Or you can go off like Subcool's got a good soil. He's always tweaking it. That's the good thing about making your own soil, is if you're re-amending it, you can always add to it where it's lacking. Or if you're no-tilling, you can always add to where it's lacking, but you're also trying to keep your life alive. That's why no-till is awesome. That's why you want to start with a very good, rounded, equal fed soil. That way, whenever you try to start your next cycle, it's got all of its bases still somewhat covered. They're just kind of being more broken down, and you add to it.
Right.
But,
So I know.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, if you could kind of explain the difference. I mean, I know, between basically buying, bagged soil and, something that you might have to feed like a bottled nutrient or something like that too, or the difference between like a super soil. Is that just mixing the
Okay.
amendments and beforehand?
Well, let's say like if you're just running straight coconut, coconut has no nutritional value, so it doesn't have any food in it. You have to feed it. You have to feed it all the time. There is not a day where it goes by that you're just like water, 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 water. They're going to get magnesium deficient, phosphorus, and then nitrogen very quickly. They're hydro. It's a hydrosoilless medium. If you're doing like,
Well, sure, but I mean, like specifically like a let's say like a bagged soil, like a Fox Farm, for example. I mean, if you start out with like a bag of Fox Farm, eventually you're gonna have to feed that, right? I know there's probably enough nutrients in it for what, 3-4 weeks.
About 3 or 4 weeks, yeah.
But eventually you're gonna have to feed it something, whether that's amendments, or unless you add amendments beforehand, right?
Yes and no. You can buff up your mix a bit. It depends on how you like to buff your mix up. I mean, the easy basic one is just kelp, fish bone meal, and alfalfa. Oyster shell powder, gypsum. Just give a little bit extra trace minerals, a little extra calcium content. Your equal NPK, trace minerals from your kelp, tricantinol from your alfalfa, and then your fish bone meal they just love. But you can if you're just basically rocking your soil and you don't want to feed it cannabis leaves, if you just straight add sugar, little tiny bit of lacto to your leaves as your plant's growing, it's going to get bigger and you're going to end up having defoliate. So you take those and cut them up with sugar. Eventually, it's going to, within like 10 days or 5 or 7 days, it's going to have leach that comes out of it that's concentrated cannabis leaves that are just like pretty much a sugar tincture. 1 teaspoon a gallon right back to it, and it loves it because you're just giving it a concentrated version of itself. So there's the nitrogen and the food for it, but it's going to run out of magnesium pretty quickly. So magnesium, what is your guys' opinion? Well, I like to get my magnesium sources either from my trace minerals, either like my kelps or my rock dust, or even Epsom salt. Epsom salt's actually not exactly salt. It's a mineral. Epsom salt is a 100% magnesium salt.
It's still a salt.
It's salt, yeah.
It's not salt like sodium, but it's still a salt.
Yep.
But I use the Epsom salt as well for my magnesium source.
Well, sodium is salt on the periodic table elements. Sodium or magnesium,
Sodium chloride.
Salt
but it is a salt, but it's more of a mineral. It doesn't have a taste to it. There's nothing, it's not salty. It's just there's nothing to it.
A salt is an anion.
It's still technically a salt.
That have bonded together.
It made into a crystalline form, right?
Yeah.
It's the way it forms, not what it's actually comprised of. That's why that's why it's so complex, because people look at Epsom salt and they go, "I'm not putting salt in an organic system." Well, it is, but it's not. It's a magnesium source, but it's not exactly what a salt source that I feel that really builds up.
Am I the only one here that runs soil with like synthetic nutrients?
I've ran synthetic nutrients and organic soils before. Like I said, as soon as they run out, I mean, there's certain things that you can definitely give them a little push with, but I've just found out ways to just not have to buy them. I mean, like, I just like to put my money elsewhere.
When talking about like soils in general, I feel like one good basis to kind of cover is the relationship of like silt to sand to clay, and aiming for a loamy type base, which is really just an equal mixture of the sand, silt, and clay. So it'll have a high cation exchange. It'll still have aeration to it. And then on the other side, you also want to talk about the actual aeration that you add in, whether it's a pumice or a ice holes or lava rocks or something of that sort, grow stones, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And then the other side, of course, is the organic matter, the compost, and all of that. So,
And of course, your life,
yes.
your worms, and all your bugs.
So am I the only one here that doesn't run like living shit in my soil?
Yeah, no, I know we talk a lot about organics on here, and you know, like no-till, and I think we've talked about the KNF a lot. But I mean, real quick, we could touch on it. I don't know, Blunt or maybe Photon. I guess you could probably touch on it. But there is an option to run soil without, you know, a living food web in it, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
I basically run so much perlite in my soil that I'm almost running hydro. It's pretty close to rock wool in form of you know, soaking up water. And yeah, I just flush the shit out of any soil I get to begin with in case it has any nutrients in it. And then I run General Hydroponics Floraline just at their recommended, I think it's 20 milliliters for every 2 gallons of the like the micro nutrients.
Micro and bloom.
And 10 for the veg
The
nutrients,
duo.
and then 30 for the bloom nutrients and bloom, and then you reverse the veg and bloom in veg. But yeah, that's all I use, and it works great.
The general hydroponic line, the micro and the go line's 100% organic. The Flora and what was the other one? The one that has a Lucas formula in it. There's pretty much 2 bottles in that one. Anyways, they're a organic synthetic. They use organic matter in some of their bottles, but they use synthetic stabilizers and boosters in them. That's actually one that NASA actually chose to grow vegetables in space. That's actually a very, very high grade, considered like one you could use hydroponic or straight soil. I feel like if you're not like, even people like, I know some people that run straight coconut and you know, I mean, you can run organics and synthetics, no problem. The difference I feel is whenever you run organics and synthetics, eventually you're going to have to replace your soil because there's going to be so much salt buildup. You're going to have to. Some people are fine with that. They just want to buy a new bag every single time so they have the same food source every time so they can get consistent results. But if you don't feed synthetics, you're not going to have to replace your soil. You just add more life to it, more carbon, more food to it, and eventually it just kind of takes care of itself. You even water it less and less and feed it less and less. But again, with the synthetics, you can push it and you can get that little extra weight with it. But again, organics,
if you flush the synthetics enough, you're not going to get salt buildup. I mean, you're going to flush the salt out, right?
But like in full organic system, like my system, I don't really even run off. Like it just all
that's fine, but
all utilize everything.
You know, like that's what the synthetic system's meant to do. So I have like 30% runoff every time I water.
Exactly.
Usually I only go like half strength on the you know, what they tell you to do as far as adding the nutrients, and then I just pH balance it after that.
Do you like Cool Bloom?
What's that?
Do you like their liquid Cool Bloom? It's like a 0-10-10. It's a 0-10-10, I believe. But it's their bud. It's a sulfate of potash. But you might look into that one. That one's from their other line, but that one works tailor and all the other line. It's a good bud hardener, but you can also replace that one.
Honestly, these are the only nutrients I've ever used is the General Hydroponics Flora line, and looks like the bloom is a 0.54.
Nice.
What I'm looking at right now.
Yeah, look up Cool Bloom. That one's pretty good, though. It's just the liquid Cool Bloom stabilizing agent to actually get into water-soluble form, but the sulfate of potash is a mineral, so they can't even classify it as organic or am I listed because it's deposits they mine, so that they're not 100% consistent.
Potash is potassium
the-
sulfate. That's a salt.
Yeah.
That's water soluble.
Right. Yeah. But look up Liquid Cool Bloom. That's the product that you're wanting in that line.
Anyways,
That was I used to use
the
that
other
one back
side
in the
of
day.
that with the synthetics and the organics together is that you're going to have to reapply your microbials a lot more than if you're just in a pure organic solution.
word.
And I don't think you're going to be able to run worms. Actually, I think your worms will run away if you're running synthetics. But it all depends on which system. I haven't experimented enough. I don't like to kill worms. I just don't experiment with that. But I would feel like with almost every system, you'll notice, because if they're not happy, they'll run away. But if they love life, they'll sit there and do their job. But you'll physically see them running for the door.
In this realm of this topic and moving kind of down the line, because I know we got a lot to cover, but Blunt, I know you run I think you run no-till, right?
I don't know, depending on how you want to get into it. I have like 1 or 2 things that's no-till right now, but all of the other stuff I just re-amended the soil this round, so it's technically not no-till if you want to be really technical. But it's still the same like soil mixes that all the no-till cats use.
Well, one question I've seen a lot, I mean, without going too deep into the no-till rabbit hole, but one question I've seen a lot of people ask, just as far as the medium, is like, so somebody wants to start, a no-till bed or just no-till pots or however they want to do it, but what kind of medium is your base? That you're starting with? Are you just are you buying like a bagged soil, or is there something specific? I know a lot of people use that build a soil. I mean, what's your base? What's your base starting point?
Yeah, my base starting point was the Coots mix. I mixed it myself, but you could go to build a soil or keep it simple organics or First Amendment soil. There's a few others out there probably who have the mix as well, but those 3 definitely stock them. It's basically just it's one.
Yeah, like that's what I think you're going right where I want you.
1/3 aeration and 1/3 compost, and then after that it is amended with kelp meal, crustacean meal, and neem meal at 1/2 of a cup per. I think I could be wrong. And then the minerals are basalt, gypsum, and oyster shell flour at, I believe, 4 cups per between the 4 of them. I could be wrong on those though, so double check the amounts.
So it's a pretty heavily amended, starting point. I guess it's not like you're starting.
Yes
with
and
nothing.
no. It's quite a bit of food in there, but like it's not anywhere near something like a super soil or anything. And I personally, at this point, mine probably has 1/6 of the starting nutrition that like is recommended in the Coots mix. So you could go less, you could go more. Some people double it, but I like to go a little bit lighter. That way I can top dress whatever I want when I want, and I can also go ham with my ferments on top of it.
Word.
Yeah, that's the really nice thing about the ferments is they can pick up where if your soil's lacking at all, and if your soil's not lacking, you can just add your bennies.
But yeah, I would say that that's the most simple soil mix for an organic no-till system to start off. You could definitely alternatively go for a much more localized version of that mix and get some organic compost from whether it's a local horse farm posted their shit, or if you find some local cow manure or something that's been composted and aged properly. Or just an organic green material, but not some like municipal waste or large scale like thing operation. Definitely go for the best quality that you can get. And then on the other side of that, some people are trying to find ways around using the peat, because depending on where you source the peat from, it may or may not be the most sustainable. Since I believe that the Canadian peat is a lot more sustainable than other forms of peat, but it also depends on the specific mine and the and the companies that are collecting it. So some people are going to like I've seen people use a composted wood chip medium to replace the peat. I've used that for part of my mix, but I wasn't able to get enough of it to do an entire base to replace the peat. But other people will use part coco. The problem with coco is that it's not entirely sustainable. Some of the methods used to grow it and harvest it aren't the best, et cetera, et cetera. So if you could go local, you'll save a lot of money. I'll tell you that much, especially if you're comparing it to something like either a Malibu compost or a Ollie Mountain fish compost or worm power compost as your 1/3 base compost, because that shit is like $20 a cubic foot minimum. So for, you know, $30 a yard, some local organic stuff, which sure, it may not be quite as good, but you can top dress with that other shit and it will do the same job.
Word.
Worms are definitely your friend. Get a worm farm going as fast as you can. The more worms, the better. More worm shit, the better. More worm tea, the better. You cannot overdo with earthworm castings. Well, unless you're making a medium, top feeding, you really kind of can't.
Yeah,
you definitely want to use that for 1/3 of your.
To make your own worm castings. Just get like a 100-gallon smart pot, put in some high quality thermal compost, amend it with some neem, some kelp, some gypsum, some basalt, and maybe 1 or 2 other things, and keep that slightly moist and let the worms work it for about a year, and you will have some fucking.
Or even just feed your nettles and your comfrey and your alfalfa and all that shit to your worms. Top feed, they'll eat the shit out of that.
Yep.
And if you top feed with wood chips, they're actually drawn to it. And wood chips, if you decompose wood chips by themselves, it actually takes about 3 years for them to fully break down to actually turn into humus. So if you're ever near a wood chip place where they actually are a mill where they chip wood, dig down, get some of that real good, fine, super rich dirt, and it's just humus. We need more carbon in our soils. Most soils are lacking carbon.
Word. We're kind of moving on. I think we covered soil pretty well. Most of the types of soil, you know, that you can use. I don't know if I have any other synthetic growers other than myself in here, but I guess the next logical place to go is coco.
Yeah, soilless, definitely.
All right.
Yeah,
Well,
so
you
I
guys
guess
covered that. I'm going to go back to watering and feeding and all that. So I'll be back in a little bit.
Right. So, yeah, no. Anyways, coco. That's what I use. I use straight coco. I don't add any amendments. I know a lot of people will add like a little bit of perlite, or you can get some pre-amended mixes of coco. But I use straight coco in flood and drain, and it seems to work pretty well for me. I guess, I mean, if some people don't know, coco, what it is it's a byproduct of the coconut industry, right? One shot. It's basically they harvest, or it's the husks basically ground up, and they makes a really good medium.
Right. I feel like if you're using coconut, you want to go for the most fibrous you can, especially if you're ever going to try to recycle it, because it actually kind of does start breaking down and kind of gets really compacted if you're ever trying to reuse it. So if you're ever trying to reuse coconut, try to get really, really fibrous coconut. Nothing that's really, really ground up very, very fine. But yeah, coconut works great. I've actually seen several people make super soils from just straight coconut. They do like 2/3 coconut, and then they use a little bit of they use a lot of earthworm castings, and then they hit it with their trace minerals, and then they rock that. And some people really seem to like it because you get the aeration and the production feed times like you would from the cocoa. And cocoa's always got the 70% moisture content, so you can kind of always water it like you would rock wool, and they'll just sit there and kind of take it. They're never going to kind of be overlogged unless you put peat in it. The peat is what makes them all just not drink.
Right. And I know there's a couple different ways you can get cocoa. I mean, there's the you can get actual like the dry bricks. have to kind of rehydrate and it kind of expands, and you can wash it and all that stuff before you use it. Or you can do what I do. I just get the bags from my local hydro store. I've kind of I don't have a particular brand or anything like that I recommend or endorse. I kind of just get whatever's available. But the most important thing to me is that it's got to be clean. No, I don't want any cocoa that they've been keeping outside. That has a chance of having any gnats in it or anything like that. So, I got something that I've been using for a while now that seems to be pretty clean, pretty good. I haven't had any problems with it. It's I use the BioBiz cocoa right now, but not because I like it and it really ain't any more than anything else. It's just it's been really reliable and clean and good for me. So that's what I've been using lately. But that's just one thing you got to be careful with cocoa. It's a great place for cannabis to grow, but it's also a great place for a lot of pests to live and stuff like that. So just be careful where you're getting it, where it's stored and kept and all that good stuff, and you don't want to bring anything home, any unwanted guests. But that's what I just.
Sorry.
What's that?
I said, and much love to the hydros and stuff, but most time if they're going to give you a bag of soil, inspect it first. And if you get little tiny bugs that are running in your soil, they're actually a predatory mite. There's a lot of companies that use them in bags of soil to get rid of fungus gnats. They've started living in bags of cocoa. So if you treat them and they get bigger and pissed off, more than likely they're predator mites. They're actually beneficials. You're not killing them. There's just something that's actually alive that they're eating on that's actually in your cocoa. But they're good. They're not bad. So don't freak out. Just watch your plant. They're not on the plant. They're only in the coconut. But again, there's good life and bad life. So just keep an eye out for that, because that's one thing that we've really found out with a certain bags of cocoa, because Roots Organic had a really, really bad gnat problem. And then, when they store the bags of soil in the back of the hydro places, they're next to the cocoa and everything else. So they just hitchhike and breed like ape shit, especially when you try to treat them. They fucking get big and pissed off and breed like crazy. But you're like, oh shit, but the plants, they're only on the most healthy plants, and those plants stay healthy, so don't freak out if you do see those little tiny guys running in your soil. But then again, like he said, sterility is the key, especially with a flood and drain. You don't want a bunch of bugs in your on your trays and shit.
Right. Yeah, and I mean that's one of the main things I look for. I mean, I like I don't really have a particular brand. I like what's affordable, and I like what's clean, and I found a pretty good source for it right now. So that's once you find a good source, just kind of stick with that. It's not really a need to try this brand or that brand. As long as you got something clean and sterile, I think you're good to go. But one thing about cocoa, I mean, as far as I don't have a whole lot of science to back up a lot of what I'm going to say here, but just in more experience, what I've seen and what I've learned growing in cocoa. One thing I've noticed is that it kind of seems, and I've heard it before too, other growers talk about it, but it seems like cocoa kind of when you start with a brand new bag of cocoa, you just transplanted, or you just it's brand new cocoa, it likes to suck up the calcium in your nutrients. So it's almost, to me, it seems like you're going to see a little bit, like right when you transplant, you might see a little bit of a calcium deficiency as your cocoa kind of absorbs that calcium. And to me, it almost seems like you're kind of filling up that tank. Like once you'll start out, your first couple of weeks, you might see that deficiency kind of start. And then as you fill up that calcium tank and add, reamend your reservoir, the calcium will start becoming more and more available to your plant as that cocoa kind of gets saturated with it. So that's one thing I've seen a lot of people talk about. They seem like they get a lot of calcium deficiencies in cocoa, but that, you kind of stick with it and just kind of push it, maybe a little harder than you normally would with the calcium. And that's just my experience, what I've noticed. I don't know if you have any experience with that one shot.
They definitely get a little hungry. And I've also, with the coconut, if you when you transplant, add more than you think you need in that pot, because as soon as you start watering it, it compacts like a motherfucker.
Yeah, for sure. It's definitely, and that's one. There's different people that'll say different things about cocoa when they're transplanting, whether or not they pack it down at all or not. Me personally, I don't. I just I fill the pot up, and I maybe just give it the lightest little tap just to kind of set that your plant in where it is when you're transplanting, for example. Just get that little nice little, just a little press, you know, ever so slightly, but I don't pack it down. And in flood and drain, I'm not top feeding, so I know if you top feed coco, you know, you get a lot of that like trenching, because it's so light and fluffy. I mean, it's like it'll dig right down into your, it'll expose your roots if you pour that water too hard. But you know, I'm in flood and drain, so I don't really deal with that a lot. But you know, you gotta be careful for sure.
Yeah, definitely. And whenever you're watering, if you do have those little tiny bugs that are running in your soil, if when you water, you see a bunch of little teeny tiny white bugs jumping everywhere, but they're only when you water, those are beneficials too. Don't freak out. Called springtails.
Yeah,
I feel like I would freak out at any bugs.
I've seen that in coconut a handful of times too. But it's mainly in soil mediums. They eat mycelium, which is mycelium is a fungal growth state, mushroom growth, and the springtails eat the mycelium. The predator mites eat the springtails and the mycelium. They all compost it out. The plant eats them all.
What were we gonna say, Photon?
I was just gonna say, I feel out of the loop here. Like, if I see a bug in my garden, like, that's a fucking problem. I take that plant out, I put it in my CO2 chamber, I kill anything that needs oxygen, put it back in the tent.
Well, I think it depends on what you're doing too. I mean, what you're trying to achieve and what system you're running.
I don't know anything about organics, so you know that would be a red flag to me.
The kind of cool thing about the organic thing is they all kind of just sit in their pot. They just think it's their own little world. They think they're outside, but in their own pots. If they're pissed off, they try to run away. But if they're happy, they're just like, okay, we're just gonna all live together and just kind of eat each other and breed, and then eventually they equal their numbers out and just coexist. And you're just like, cool, whatever, free food.
Yeah, I really want to, like my next vegetable grow, I'm going to do some kind of organic something. I'll probably consult you guys on it before I start doing marijuana with it, because, you know, that's a bigger risk. But yeah, I actually just harvested my first crop of vegetables today. It was a 2-foot by 3-foot tray. And we got 4.5 pounds of lettuce, romaine, and broccoli out of it.
Damn, bro, nice. How many grams per watt is that, bro?
Well, shit, it was only under my 200 watt Vero fixture, so.
Damn, bro.
Yeah.
You know what the really cool thing about both those is actually you just leaves one at a time and it'll keep growing back. So you can literally just take off. John Cullen, he does growingyourown.greens.com on YouTube. Incredible.
Yeah, we just like hack them off like right at the like half an inch above dirt level, and I'm sure they're going to be back in 2 weeks.
Yeah, they say actually think about it. If you go to the grocery store, you have to deal with that entire head of lettuce. You get everything. You get the ugly green part, or the nice green parts, and the ugly ass yellow parts. I mean, if you do them in your garden, if you've got 3 or 4 of them, you can pull a leaf off of this one, leaf off of this one, leaf off of this one, leaf off of this one. And if you do microgreens, it's even more nutritional value. But still, just doing that, I mean, dude, that's a meal right there. You know, honestly, like when it comes down to it, you save money. Yeah,
we actually did the microgreen kind of route. I don't really know actually what I grew. My roommate picked it out. He's a actually strength coach for NFL team and a nutritionist, so he's like, yeah, just get this, and this, and I was like, okay.
Dude, he's the guy who seed sprouts if you're gonna try organics then, dude, because you literally, how he pops his seeds like that, you pop them in a jar, just wait for them to actually pop before they get the green heads on them. Puree them in a blender and you've got enzymes.
I grew the whole thing. Like, I just put some of my soil in a like shallow 2-foot by 3-foot container, and then I just threw some seeds in there and kind of mixed it in with the dirt, and 2 days later, man, I had 300 sprouts coming up. I was like, what the fuck is this? Because I'm
no, I mean, with these you actually just pop the sprouts out and then you put them in your blender and you use the life of the seed sprout to actually feed your plant.
Okay, real quick before we get too tangenty, I just want to wrap up coco real quick. A couple other things I got to say about it. I mean, one thing that I think gets missed a lot, or that maybe is confusion, you know, with like a new grower. so cocoa coir, it is a hydroponic medium. There's no
Yes.
nutritional value to the plant in it at all. Everything must be added. Anything you're going to feed your plant must be added to the medium. So it's just like rock wool, or anything else. You have to add your nutrients to it, and with that comes kind of a different pH range for your water as well, as opposed to like
Yes.
soil. But what I do basically is I kind of start my, if I'm doing like a fresh reservoir change, I start my pH around 5.6, which incidentally is where it usually ends up with RO water, and then adding my specific nutrient line, which I use Jack's 321. Once I add everything that I add in, it usually comes out right at about 5.6 anyways. But if it's a little high, I'll just drop some pH down to bring it down to 5.6. And then kind of as the week goes on and as the plant absorbs, some water and the water levels get a little low, the pH will kind of tend to rise. And I usually let it get up to about, somewhere between 6.0 and 6.2 before I add some pH down and drop it back down. But the reason for that is just, that's the range. I think you want to, what do they say? You want to stay between 5.5 and 6.2 or something like that. But
that sounds right for hydro.
Yeah, 6.5.
The reason for that is too, is that,
hydro, yeah.
different nutrients that your plant requires are available to it at different pH levels. So for me, the way, I like it to, I like to start at that 5.6 and just kind of let it drift up and, get the full range of availability of all the nutrients all the way up to 6.2, which takes a few days. I mean, it usually is 3 or 4 days before I'll get up to like 6.2. And then I just drop that, a little bit of pH down, or usually it'll kind of, later in the flowering stage, once they're really drinking more water, it'll kind of coincide with that, that top up where I got to add more water to the reservoir. And then once I'm adding more water to the reservoir, I'm adding more nutrients as well. So it usually drops it right back down to 5.6 anyway. So just kind of playing that game, bouncing from 5.2 and slowly drifting up to 6.0, 6.2, and then bringing it back down. And just staying in that zone for me and cocoa is just, it's right in the money zone, man. The plants love it.
Hey, what about you, one shot for soil? Because me and Wookiee were disagreeing about soil pH earlier today, but I think it
I wasn't disagreeing though. I was just, maybe I was confused. I thought I knew. I could have been wrong.
I mean, I might be wrong too, but just the way I run soil seems different than a lot of people. So maybe you were just thinking like a different way of running soil, because the way I run my soil is basically the same way you run your cocoa. Like I rinse it all out beforehand with gallons of water, so there's no anything in there, and then I add my own nutrients. So that seems a lot more similar to what you're doing than, any kind of organic worm casting bug shit that I have no clue about.
I see Grandmaster Level saying in chat that 6.3 is the nuts for soil. That's where you want to be.
All
so
right,
and
cool.
that kind of goes with what you were saying last night, that the soil wants to be around that 6.3. I was just, for some reason, I was under the impression that it was like 6.8 for soil, but I guess I don't know, maybe I guess I'm probably wrong, but I know it's different too, because you're not, most of the time with soil, you're not actually pHing your water, right? Like the soil buffers the water and it'll bring it to the correct pH, right?
Only if you have like nitrogen fixing, I guess, organics in there. That'd be something I don't know a whole lot about, but I've heard about them. Or not nitrogen fixing, but a pH fixing, like cover crop. Is that the right term?
Real quick, just the last touch on cocoa. Coconut is a killer medium to clone in, actually. If you straight up just go aloe vera, straight in aloe vera, and then just do like a 9-ounce clear solo cup of just can of cocoa, any kind of cocoa, dude, those things work killer. Like, I actually really prefer cocoa for rooting clones, just to throw that out there.
Really? I've never seen anybody do that.
Try
That's
that
pretty
out.
dope.
I've been using
my IG,
peat
dude.
lately.
Already gnarly roots on some straight up cocoa, but they're old. I haven't been cloning for a little while. But anyways, yeah, hydro likes to sit at 5.5 to about 5.8. Sometimes it can go all the way up to 6.1, 6.2. Soil likes to sit right at between 6 and 6.5, sometimes a little at 6.8. But mainly, your soil will mainly have its own pH that's already like been established whenever you re-amend everything. And you want to kind of keep an eye, you want to kind of know what your general pH of your soil is in general. and where you want to feed, because again, you want to stay in that range. So like my soil, I've found out that my pH sits about like 6.8, 6.9, and again, like you said, that certain nutrients are available at certain pHs. Well, in organics, well, in the full spectrum, it actually goes from 3 all the way to 14. So if you can actually get it to swing that whole spectrum, you get everything unlocked at every single level. So actually, whenever you feed just a tad low, and as you say it, when they dry out, it rises. And if your soil is naturally a little bit high, you can feed just a hair low because it's going to naturally rise. So you can actually feed, or get my soil, I like to feed it like, say, like 6, maybe even 5.8, and it'll just rise all the way up to like 6.8, and it gets that full spectrum right there. But then again, it doesn't really, I like to kind of keep an eye on my pH because I am actually feeding, the Korean natural farming inputs are all alcohol. If you overfeed one, your pH might go from 6.3 to 5.5. Like, you don't really want that. Like, it's just kind of nice to have, keep in mind just every now and again, because your water around here does change. So I just like to keep an eye on it, but you don't really need to. You don't really need to, honestly, in organics. It really does balance itself out, especially with the cover crop and everything else. But yeah, other than that, I don't really keep an eye on the pH. Just more like keep an eye on make sure I try to tag all my bases.
So I kind of jumped back in on this convo and I didn't catch it all, but I want to just put out there that like in the organic systems, at least, there's not going to be one solid pH throughout the entire root zone. There's going to be different pockets with different pHs, depending on how close it is to the roots, depending on what bacteria are present, depending on what other exudates are there, et cetera, et cetera.
Exactly.
So it's hard to say like one specific set pH for an organic system, because if you take the pH at some place where there is no roots or very little activity compared to the pH in the rhizosphere, it's going to be a
Correct. I'm sorry, I didn't clarify enough. When you're making or amending your own soil, you want to start around that pH, or your plants are going to have a little bit of problems right off the gate with the pH being too high or too low. But again, with a sustainable no-till system, it's going to be where it wants to be.
So, do any of you that grow in soil, any of you actually like pH your water before watering, or is it are you just relying on the soil to buffer to wherever it is?
I have not pH'd in years.
I just kind of know where mine sits.
Word. But yeah, like we were saying about cocoa earlier, I think we just should touch real quick that pH range for cocoa pretty much goes for any type of hydroponics, right, guys? I mean, it's whether you're in like DWC or like Hydrodon or Rockwool,
yes,
you're pretty much in that same. That's the hydroponic pH range. It's not just specific to cocoa.
Yes, any hydro system wants to sit at that pH.
And I'm not going to get all fully into it right now because I can't get fully into it right now without my notes. But there is some sort of an inverse relationship between buffering capacity of pH and either CEC or AEC. I don't remember which one.
All right, so who's got the next topic? What you guys think about the pesticide use in California? That big old bulletin that's going around. Oh yeah, SCL Labs found like 93% of cannabis tested has got like pesticides and fungus and molds and.
I haven't heard about it yet.
Hasn't changed since the 90s, so.
I mean, I didn't hear anything specific that had come out recently or anything like that.
Saw it on Instagram somewhere.
But anyways, just to wrap up the medium topics, I mean, there's a couple other things that we didn't really touch on. I mean, there's rock wool, there's hydrogen, there's there's DWC. There's many different ways to different mediums that you could use. I don't have experience with a lot of them. I've grown in soil, I've grown in coco. I've never done any DWC or any rock wool or anything like that. But as far as I'm concerned, you're growing the plant. You know what I'm saying? You're good with me. I don't care how you do it. But that's just I don't know. Is there any other mediums you guys want to touch on? I know one thing I'm really interested in that I haven't seen anybody really doing on YouTube yet. I'm sure there's somebody doing it. I just haven't seen it. But is like aeroponics. You guys have any experience with that?
I started aeroponics. I used to clone air. I love cloning aeroponically.
Yeah, I've seen aeroponic cloners. Obviously, I mean, I haven't seen anybody do like a full-on grow, like an aeroponic grow. You know what I'm saying? Or even or the other thing I saw one thing I saw the other day that I thought was pretty dope was the fog ponics, man.
Oh, fog ponics? Yeah, that shit's pretty crazy, huh? Where they're just like misting the roots with what is it, CO2? But I don't even know what it is. I haven't seen that in a good minute. But yeah, I saw that at one point. That shit looked pretty interesting.
Yeah, it looks pretty dope, man. I'm not really sure what all goes into it. I'm guessing it's you know what I'm saying? Guessing it's fucking it's just a mist. What are they using? Some type of humidifier? I don't even know, man. I'm very interested in that. We need to get somebody on that knows a little bit more about that, but
got to be a humidifier on the roots for like probably what, like every 15 seconds or something like that.
You got any knowledge on that, Blunt?
Anybody know about fog growing? Anybody in the chat know about fog growing?
Yeah, I'd be curious if you guys find anybody doing any fog ponics on YouTube or Instagram or anything, hit me up. Send me the link. I'd like to check it out. Okay, Mike Graz is saying it's an ultrasonic mister. That's kind of what I was thinking. That's just the ultrasonic like those little humidifiers that you just drop in a bucket of water that they're ultrasonic, they vibrate or whatever, and it kind of turns the water into mist. That's kind of what I thought was going on, but anyways, yeah, there's other I'd be curious to see how that works out, but there's other things. One shot, I assume you probably have some knowledge on this, maybe you don't, but you ever dabble with any NFT film technique? No. That's I think that's one of the ones that are I don't see a lot of people doing either. That would be kind of dope to learn about, but anyways, let's kind of wrap that up. Just a quick topic on the mediums. I don't know. Trying to remember what else we had planned for tonight. If Blunt's here, maybe he can let me know. We're just talking to SoCal. SoCal's having some issues. He probably won't be able to make it, at least not right now. He's having some power issues and stuff, so
that's fine.
Might not see him tonight. I haven't heard from Monster though, so maybe he'll pop in here in a little bit. Let's see, hi guy in the chat. What's up, bro? You better hop in here. But shout out to everybody else in chat. Plant Builder, what's up, bro? Mike Graz, Grandmaster Level. But anyways, man, we could just kind of bullshit and shoot the shit for a little bit.
What we chatting on?
Oh, we're not. We're kind of just wrapped up the mediums, man. I didn't know if you guys had any other specific topics planned for the night, or I was just saying how I talked to SoCal. It sounds like he might not be able to make it. He's having some power issues.
Word up.
But
yeah, I know that he wanted to touch on gnats, but I think that's something he was gonna head up.
Sure, we'll save that one for when he comes back.
I think we're gonna do some solventless talk, but that we can do whenever.
So some what now?
Just BS.
Word.
Anybody in the chat got any questions?
Yeah, we can take a couple questions.
Any topics?
I hear you guys start to talk about pesticides in California and shit.
Yeah, One Shot was saying something about you said there's like a report that came out recently or something saying talk about like 90% or something like that. One Shot.
I thought I saw that somewhere on Instagram. I can't exactly point out where.
Jeez. Yeah, I don't know about percentages that high, but I've seen a lot of failures lately.
Yeah, I'm
and,
like, really? There's more fucking organic growers that are more fucking proud than that. Probably they're not getting their stuff tested.
Well, I mean, you don't have to
big
you don't have
taking
to be in
lot of
a
it.
see, and that's one thing that I think I don't know how to say this. I don't get pissed off. I definitely don't get pissed off when I hear like what you just said, One Shot. I'm not mad. But what I'm saying is I hear that a lot where they talk about pesticides. Some report comes out and say, oh, pesticides are this, or you can't have pesticides, or this guy had pesticides, whatever. What I hear, and then the response to that a lot of times, especially from the organic growers, is, oh well, fucking they should have been growing organically, or organically is better. Well, you don't have to grow organically to not use fucking pesticides. You know what I'm saying? It's not an organic or not organic thing. I mean,
when you're talking about pesticides like Avid and Forbid and Eagle 20 and myclobutanil and shit like that, those are not organic. So if you're using those, you are not growing organically.
Well, I understand that, but what I'm saying is, just because I'm a synthetic grower doesn't mean I use fucking pesticides or spray my plants in flower. I mean, that's the kind of the light that gets shined on it when people say, when they talk about pesticides, and they kind of just they throw that organic out there, or that, oh well, they should have been, you should start smoking organic bud, you don't have to worry about that. Well, you know what, if you're smoking my bud, you don't have to worry about that. I'll tell you that right now. And I do not grow organically. There's no pesticides in my shit. And I'm just saying, just because somebody's growing synthetic doesn't mean they're using fucking Forbid or fucking or spraying their shit in flour with whatever. It's not something that goes hand in hand with synthetic growing.
No,
definitely not.
You can definitely grow.
It's just you're more likely to see it there than in somebody who is truly growing organically.
Yeah, obviously,
because if they're truly growing organically, they can't use those products.
Correct. Yeah. Well, if you are growing organically, that means that you're not using those products. That you can't use that shit and be organic.
Yeah, exactly.
Our standards, like the food standards, are different. Like, those cotton candy grapes that are organic, they're fucking sprayed with pesticides, but they're grown organically, and they still label them organic because they only have to be 15% organic to be considered organic.
I don't know. I've heard you say that a few times, and I would definitely like a cite on that, because like it's coming from, and that's not consistent with what I know. So I'm curious where that comes from.
See if I can find it. I'll link to trying to find that SEL report, seeing if it was one of these guys.
Yep. Looking at, like, say, the Emerald Cup entries this past year and how many of them failed due to pesticide use, like, that's definitely something of major concern. And on one side of it, I'm curious whether some of the, for instance, myclobutanil failures, whether that was due to people spraying Eagle 20 or something, or if that was due to municipal spraying. I know out here where I am, it's for mosquito use, like for populations, they spray myclobutanil. And if they're spraying that from the plains, and you have a fully outdoor grow that is not protected by a greenhouse of some sort, I mean, one would think that you would be contaminated.
Right.
You would not necessarily be the one responsible for that contamination. And if you didn't test it prior, you wouldn't have any idea. In my mind, leads me to, well, if fucking, say, 25% of the people that entered failed, I don't think 25% of the people who were entering would spray their shit and still enter.
Right.
But at the same time, I don't know. That's and all of that. No actual fact basis or anything like that. It's just how I think of it when I think of it.
Yeah, I think, I mean,
It's
as far as
definitely a
all the,
concern.
I think as far as all the, the pesticides that you hear about and all the, like in California and all these high rates of pesticides that they're finding, especially in like, the dispensaries and stuff, it's just all the more reason to grow your own medicine, man. You know what I'm saying? I mean, you can't,
So yeah,
it's just, I
actually,
mean,
here's one. LA.
when you're buying bud from from big business here, and there's no, we live in kind of a weird time right now, especially in places like
And even
California.
small business.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, anybody that's in it for profit, you know what I'm saying? And you're buying bud from somebody that's growing for profit and selling for profit. When they're halfway through flower, you know what I'm saying, and something happens that could decimate their whole crop. What are they going to do? Are they going to chop it down and fucking reset? Or are they going to, spray something and try to straggle along, you know what I'm saying, to get to harvest and get that, make that dollar? It's kind of a weird time we live in right now in a lot of places where there's not a whole lot of regulation on, as far as testing requirements and stuff like that. You can go to a dispensary right now in California and buy product that hasn't been tested whatsoever. You know what I'm saying? And whether or
Yeah.
not that's been sprayed or with pesticides, you'll never know. You know what I'm saying? Unless you go test it yourself or whatever. But I mean, I think things are going to start changing. A lot of the places, there's going to be a lot of testing requirements. Which is good for the consumer that's not knowing. People like us, we have a little bit. We know better. We're probably a little more cognizant on what we're
Personally,
buying and where we're buying it from. But I mean, as far as the consumer that has no idea, you know what I'm saying, the new smoker or somebody that's getting into it now that it's becoming more normalized, you know what I'm saying, they have no idea what they're buying. And I just think it's all the
Exactly.
more reason to grow your own and fucking, you know what I'm saying, what you're smoking at the end of the day.
I think that as it
Oh, I
starts to
found that
become
link too.
word pass that in a DM or something somehow. Anyway,
Yeah.
but in terms of like, regardless of set up any of this shit has, as it becomes more normalized and as more people start to hear about these types of problems and shit like that, regardless of what the government mandates people to do, the market is going to go towards tested products either way.
Oh, for sure.
So personally, as shit gets normalized, I'm not too worried about government regulating everybody to have their shit, fucking tested to a certain standard, because standard is going to be part of the market already.
Right. I mean, with the testing, I mean, and there's a mixed bag on that. I mean, of course, you want the consumers to have clean, tested product, so there's no question whether or not they're getting clean product or not. But on the other hand, I mean, it hurts the small grower that's that is trying to make a buck. The guy that's got, he's got a small grow room, or maybe he's growing 4 or 5 different strains, trying to keep the variety up for the dispensary. And when you're all of a sudden he comes to harvest and he's going to vend, and he's got to get a $500 test for each strain that he's growing, and he's only got a fucking pound of each strain. I mean, shit like that sucks, but I mean, it's the way it's going. And I heard somebody talking about it the other night. I heard Dago saying it on a stream the other night, and it's one of the truest things I've heard him say, is that the way with regulations and the way that this industry is going, there's not, the money is not going to be in the quality. I mean, the quality is great, but the money is in volume. You know what I'm saying? Where when investors are looking at this, at different growers, and it's time to, and people are looking for investors, they want to know how quick can you scale. They don't want to know how good your bud is. They want to know how quick can you scale, and because the money is in volume. And
But that's the point at which there's the divergence between the commercial markets and the niche, like high-end markets,
For sure. I mean, and it's like, I mean, and there always will be, I believe there always will be a spot for the, connoisseur level, buds, and, having that B grade mass produce, garbage out there, in some way helps the small grower that's growing that high quality, top shelf. But at the same time, I mean, like I said, it's it's going to be hard to compete. You know what I'm saying? You can't. It's hard to be able to deal, to deal with all the regulation and adhere to the law when you're going to get, tested and feed right out of the market. It's
Word. I personally
Yeah,
am
definitely.
for
We
a
got too
fully
many people using their
deregulated market.
pocketbooks. And too many people thinking with their pocketbooks, and nobody gives a fuck about the plant. They're just like, all I see is money.
right. But I mean, there's a lot of comparisons. You know what I'm saying? I know there's a lot of analogies, like the the alcohol analogy and the the high grade, the fine wine, and all that good stuff, or the Budweiser versus the craft
Dutch
small
Masters
breweries. But
versus Cuban cigars.
I get it. But it'll be interesting. But either way, regardless of where you are or what you're trying to do, you know what I'm saying? If you can grow your own, you can grow it right there at your house, and you don't have to fucking, you know what I'm saying? You don't have to go buy that bullshit.
Dude, I've been fucking yelling at you guys for like the last 5 minutes trying to get a word in. My mic was unplugged.
Oh, shitty. Well, go ahead and talk about it.
Oh shit! I just saw it. We got
Stop talking. Stop talking.
We got motherfucking Monster OG. I just saw it. Monster OG joined us.
Yeah.
I didn't even notice he popped in. What's going on, Monster?
Yeah, he just popped in.
What's up, guys? I'm just listening to the convo, trying to catch up on what's going on. How you guys doing tonight?
Doing pretty
Chilling,
good.
brother.
I'm fucking tired, man. I've been busting ass all day, transplanting plants, setting up a new veg area. Doing good though.
Hell yeah.
Oh shit! I was gonna say on the last topic we were talking about, before we had I-502 up here in Washington, which legalized like the big commercial grows. You could home grow and then sell to dispensaries, and you'd get laughed out the door if you didn't have your weed tested and like pesticide tested and everything like that. Like it was a self-regulated market before that, and now they made it really hard to get licenses, or like really expensive at least, and a lot of the people that were good at growing weren't good at paperwork. So we're like just starting to get good weed in the rec stores, but like as far as I know, most I-502s that I've visited know how much Eagle 20 they can use and get away with.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
And there's, and it's like Oregon, Washington, Colorado, they have these established, things like that. But places like California that are legal now, 100% recreationally legal, but there isn't regulation in place yet, not until, supposedly 2018. And when it comes down to it, you can read about it and listen to people talk about it. It doesn't sound like that shit's going to happen either. It's going to take longer than that to enforce in such a, big state. But, you got to be careful right now. You know what I'm saying? You can get a lot of bullshit out there. A lot of people are legally growing it and just doing whatever they want to it and selling it.
Huh.
You see just as many failures in Washington, Oregon, and Colorado, though, as you do in California and shit.
Oh, for sure.
You see just as many in Canada, too. Yeah.
I mean, when you're
That's what I'm
6
saying.
weeks,
It's like all the big commercial grows
don't
in
do
Washington now, like most of them are using pesticides, or Eagle 20 specifically, I've heard is pretty prevalent. And but they know like exactly when to stop using it, so that they don't get caught, kind of thing.
I think it's funny because that shit can make you sterile. It can actually cause cancer in women. Sterility. Like fucking.
What's
But yeah,
up,
let's
man?
spray that on the beds that they're supposed to be using to help them with their headaches and everything else. Yeah, good idea.
Yeah.
Yeah, microbutanol some shit. It's got a
That article was
hydrocyanide molecule in it, or something to that effect. Some sort of cyanide molecule.
Wow, that's crazy.
But that
When I said
test
it,
I
don't know
found
if my
that
mic was on for that.
it was the LA Daily, and it was about the pre packaged car vape pens. They're saying the SEL labs testing them at 80% were failing with Silver Eagle 20, Avid, Floramite.
Wow.
Wow.
Those vape pens, I would stay the fuck away from for sure.
If you're not packing it yourself, come on. You can get the ones with the coils in the bottom, dude. Them bitches do bubble hash. They do rosin. You don't need BHO. mean,
Act one
you know,
for this
it's
fucking one.
crazy.
Yeah.
In that group chat, Wyatt just goes, I'm on number 3 of Platinum Cookie 4-foot bong rips right now.
I gave my roommate, like, you know, he's a trainer. I gave one of his clients some platinum cookies, and he just texted him. He goes, "I'm on bong rip number 4 of that platinum cookies. I don't know if I'm gonna make it to training tomorrow."
Oh, okay. I saw you, Monster. Okay, I'll just make sure you're seeing that in chat. Oh shit! I didn't even fucking say anything about. Is this too fucking like wearing my own logo on my shirt? Is that like lame? I'm not even sure. But I just got the shirt in. I was like super stoked about it.
That shit is dope, bro.
Are you supposed to wear your own shirt? Fuck it. Nobody else is wearing it. I guess I have to.
Yeah, fuck that.
You gotta be your bigger supporter, dog. Shit.
Hey, that's the way it starts, man. Fuck it.
You ain't about you, they ain't about you. Come on.
Real shit.
Yeah, we got the Wookiee Kush shirt in, man, with the new logo. Fucking, I'm stoked, man. We're starting a whole new fucking, you know what I'm saying, a whole new chapter on my YouTube channel, bro. It's gonna be dope.
A new saga.
A new saga for sure. We got fucking, I mean, and the video content's gonna be better. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna be a little more professional. We got some intro and shit type coming, and I mean, it's gonna be a good shit, man. I'm fucking excited.
Me too,
Yeah, I
bro.
lost the Bluetooth receiver to my fucking mouse and keyboard. Like the little tiny Logitech one.
The little
yeah.
that little USB plug thing.
Yeah, fucking lost it because I wanted to plug in a regular USB and get some files off it. I've been looking for it for like 20 minutes. Like I haven't left my fucking couch either, so it's got to be right here.
Well, yeah, that's some crazy shit you were talking about. One shot. You said what were you talking about that causes cancer in women and sterility and shit?
Eagle 20.
Oh, that's funny.
Word.
Avid and fluoride are both systemic poisons, though. They have a 6-month half-life. So they say 52 days, but it's really 6 months. You can't touch it, and then 12 months you can ingest it, but not smoke it like your stomach. But yeah, that shit's fucked. You have to wear a full biochemical suit to spray it. It can't be a paint spraying suit with a respirator. It has to have its own air supply. Like,
Did you see the picture I uploaded in the chat? I got a picture of me spraying some of that shit. You're probably gonna hate me for it.
Where is it at?
Spray and watch it.
Avid and fucking Forbid and shit.
Ah, dude.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's a systemic poison there, brother. That shit, if it touches you, it ingests into your body like lotion, so it becomes a part of you, and it brings out your genetic fog eventually. You'll just one day get exposed to something, and all of a sudden you just won't feel good, and then something will be brought out.
We've all been exposed to Avid and Forbid, bro, by now. I'm pretty sure.
I ain't been.
I have fucking heart problems and high blood pressure because of it. I'm pretty fucking sure, because motherfucker exposed me to it 2 weeks out, and didn't tell anybody, and then concentrated it. Yeah, let's take 2 months worth of fucking Avid and turn it into fucking one sitting. Bad.
Do you read the MDS on that? Or MSDS?
No.
Have you read the MSDS on it, the safety sheet?
Oh, bro, trust me, I've been fucking like.
You go ham with the full respirator, the full bodysuit, all that shit that they recommend?
Yeah, you didn't see the picture I put up in the chat earlier?
Nah, I missed it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, full body suit, full fucking respirator. Like, you got to wear long sleeve clothes on under that shit,
Yeah.
and you got to handle it with double gloves and shit like that. Like, it's real serious, dog.
Yeah, at least.
But when you're fucking, you're risking milk.
Don't drop a nuke if you don't fucking have to, dude. Use your actual like hands and your thoughts.
Bro, I made no decisions on that fucking farm at all. I was paid a contract.
That's the.
You know what I'm
That's
saying?
it. That's unfortunately like the guy that exposed me. He had 52 that were all 15 footers. He was expecting like 8 to 10 each, and he bounced because he got fucking mites so bad that they were like webbing like cotton candy over the top of fucking everything. And he just started pounding everything with fucking Abbott and didn't tell anybody until they started trimming it. Yeah, and fuck that shit.
Yeah, I didn't trim that farm, or I didn't smoke anything from that farm at all. I took.
He was selling it to buy other people's weed because he knew how bad that shit was, and he was like,
I did the exact same thing, bro.
I'm not giving a fuck, dude. I'm not smoking it.
Yep, I did.
I'm like, bro, you do know that, like, dude, there was two stories. One lady was just trimming, and she hadn't even smoked since like 1986. Ingested it through her hands, gave her cancer, and killed her. They had another lady that was in her apartment.
Wait, was that
foliar roses,
or is that a completely separate story?
I'm not sure. It was one of the first stories
like,
they did about it, though.
Like died.
They had another one where they had a lady that was sleeping in her house, and that guy was treating roses above her house, like at one of the properties, and it floated down the hill and hit the side of her apartment, soaked through the wall, and the fumes killed her in her sleep.
Of what? Some Fortnite?
Some Avid, yeah.
What the fuck? Yeah, right, bro.
That's why you can't buy it on the shelves. You have to go to the Hydro and go, yo, what's that? Hey, can I get some Avid? Hey, man, we don't sell Avid. And then they go,
bro, I know exactly where to get it from. Get it online.
eBay.
No, you got to get it online.
You got to get it online, but you can't buy it in a store. A lot of stores have actually been shut down for selling that shit, especially up here.
Yeah, I don't go to garden stores anyway. Fuck that.
But yeah, like literally, you go in there and you go, hey, I got some bugs and I've tried everything. What can I use? And they go, oh, we don't have anything. Well, what about Avid? Oh, we don't sell that shit. Hey, come back here real quick. Hey, yeah, we got Avid. What's up?
Yeah, I don't know about anybody dying or anything like that, bro. But I sprayed that shit for the whole summer. I'm healthy as fuck, bro. Like,
yeah, I don't think so. Honestly, I gotta call BS on that story about shit leaking through somebody's apartment wall and dying in their sleep. Like, that's pretty
that
unlikely.
sounds out there, dog.
That's what's, man.
Is that some TMZ shit, bro?
That's like some quantum tunneling has got to happen to go through the wall and fucking.
More than likely, it wasn't just one spray. It was like continuous overspray, and the walls probably weren't insulated very well. You know, there's probably circumstances.
So I was the wall was wet with it or something. I don't even know how dangerous.
Story, but I heard that she died from the fumes from it, and from just if he continually sprayed on her wall.
All right, guys. Hey, I gotta cut short a little bit tonight. Got some sick family and stuff I gotta deal with. So just want to say peace out to the chat. Much love to the panel, Monster, World Shot, Photon Blunt. Good talking with you guys as always, man.
Yes, sir.
Peace out, man.
Wookiee, looking forward to seeing you. Bye, brother.
Yeah, man. I'll talk to you guys later.
Yeah. Yeah, fucking my mic was unplugged for like 10 minutes, Monster. And like one shot, and then Wookiee were like going back and forth, and I was like trying to get a word in, and I was fucking just yelling at my TV trying because my fucking mic wasn't working. I was like, "Fuck you guys, let me get a fucking word in." And I was like, "Oh, I'm the asshole." My fucking mic's
shit. But yeah, I know that stuff's pretty serious, dog. Like, I didn't fucking know about it when I was dealing with it and shit. And honestly, I don't think a lot of the information was out there available about it, honestly, because we probably wouldn't have sprayed that shit. And there was other things that, that we used that were less environmentally harmful. And we ended up finding out about, after that and stuff like that. But it is what it is, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't fucking hide shit. I don't lie about nothing. So,
for sure, it's actually honestly really respectable. A lot of people really you walk into people's gardens and they start hiding bottles and shit. And you're like, oh, all right, whatever. I don't care, but whatever.
Word. Yeah, I'm the biggest like fucking neem advocate, bro. Like, anybody who knows me, like, I pound that shit into my people, bro. Like, neem. So we don't have to go to those extents of using Avid and Forbid and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you're aggressive with the neem, you should be able to take care of pretty much like 80% of everything.
Dude, you know what you should do, honestly, brother? Is look up how to get some fucking neem seeds, how to grow your own neem tree. The neem seed actually yields 50% yield oil, neem oil.
Wow.
Yeah.
I don't think that it would work too well out where you are, though, Monster. It's a more tropical plant than
Oh.
North.
Well, I mean, it's not like we don't have tropical
We need a greenhouse.
grow areas.
It would work for some people, but I know where Monster is, and it would not work up this high.
No,
Well,
region, definitely.
if you have a 12-12 indoor grow, you got a tropical grow
Oh.
area.
Well, yeah, okay. There you go. Yeah, I was thinking outdoors.
I was at the fucking store the other day asking for a like a citrus tree or like a lemon tree or some shit, and the lady was like, "Well, you need a tropical grow environment. You can't grow that up here." I was like, "You can't grow that up
Sure,
here. I can. I can grow that up here."
Right. It's levels to this.
Let me-
I threw
Let me
into
come back with
our
fruit
private chat.
What'd you say, Blunt?
In our private chat, a link to some IC Mag post, which has like an article and a bunch of links related to the article. It has to do with somebody by the name of Sister Jane, Jane Wyrick Carlson. And apparently, I have not fact checked this, but she had what she believed to be illnesses related to Avid, and that eventually caused her death. Like I said, I haven't fact checked it or anything, but if anybody cares, they could look into it. It's JANEWEIRICK.
And this is from smoking cannabis that was sprayed with
She was a
Avid?
trimmer.
Whoa, this is serious. So if there's shit like that, bro, like we definitely as fucking growers need to be like fucking blasting that information out. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. And like I said, I have not fact checked it. I mean,
Okay.
this is a fucking article from, it looks like 98 in that range. Oh, no, I'm lying. It's after that. Yeah, there's a few articles here in this link that are from as early as the late 90s to as late as it seems 09 on this story. Yeah.
Yeah,
But-
but people are like, yeah, this guy don't know shit. Yeah, okay, there's fucking hell articles about it. All right.
You could look up the name of the thread that I'm on right now is Floramite/Avid Aftermath, and it's like post 5, 8.
Man, I wouldn't doubt there's some fucking Floramite and Avid haters out there that probably went the whole fucking 9 yards and did that shit, bro. Like,
I wouldn't be shocked one way or the other, but that's why I'm saying go check it into it yourself, see what you come to. But I mean, there's some how reputable in some individuals' minds, but I mean, Counterpunch and Alternate, and yeah, those are probably most legit out of this. Oh, ABC News. Some decent sources here that are linked up. I have not gone through each of them, but so I just remember I had seen this years ago, and when he started mentioning it, it reminded me of it. So
Yeah, anything that says you, I mean, if you can't put your hands in it, I mean, I don't want to fuck with it, honestly.
the other thing, when you're looking at like Avid and shit, you got to look at the half-lives of those, you know. And I'm mistaken, but I think half-life on Avid is somewhere around 80 days. Mistaken, but
Yeah,
I think it's
Davis
somewhere
did
around
do a
there,
bunch
so
of
it would
tests.
be half percentage of its original concentration at that point, and then over 80 days it would be at 25%. Then the next 80 days it'd be at 12.5%.
Yeah, hey, they're pretty much going, the smaller the plant is, you need to grow that fucker big to just pretty much dilute the concentration of poison in it. But if you're reapplying, it's not getting out of it. And you only need to, you don't apply it. Don't just don't fucking apply it. Shit is bad news.
trying to get Grandmaster on here right now. Well, how's everybody's day, man?
Pretty good. Got some flaming on.
super long day for me, man. Super long day.
It's been a long, fucking painful last week over here.
What guys smoking on right now?
I ain't even smoking right now. I was smoking on some and Ghost Train Haze rosin before that.
Smoking on a little bit of Berry White. Gonna go get me. I gotta go get me some rosin in the next couple of days. I'm actually. This is the first time I've actually been out of weed in like 6 years because I had to cut my last crop super early, so we had to move. It sucks.
Hey, Monster, you still want to head up that fungus gnat chat?
Hell yeah.
Word up.
Oh shit! So some fungus gnats, huh?
Most annoying pests that really don't do all too much damage. Really fucked.
I'm just trying to get this link to Gmail real quick before I fucking
Word up.
get into the juiciness. But yeah, so what do you guys do for gnats? Do you guys use nematodes or do you guys spray for gnats or whatever?
They hate OAs.
I like regular soil beds. I just do like a nice top layer of worm castings, and that would take care of whatever fungus gnats that I really have. And then in like my sub-irrigated planters, the black mulch, like the black plastic mulch covers, kind of control them really well. They can't get into the soil to really lay their eggs, so.
I bet that really, really well. I hate that fucking gnatnik shit.
Also with fungus gnats, gnat traps, just simple sticky traps, the blue or yellow ones, non-toxic. You don't want anything that actually like off gases any talk. There are some made by Raid or some shit that actually you put in your room and they off gas a certain fucking toxic shit that keeps mildew and bugs down. But yeah, make sure that none of the shit you have is toxic, obviously. But the blue and yellow sticky traps, just simply one per pot or one every so many plants, or if you buy a bag of soil, open that bag and throw one in there before you start using it, and that most time helps solve the problem. Of course, your beneficials, and if you're no-tilling, yeah, cover them, definitely. Worm castings, even some sand, or re-amend with oyster shell. It has little microfibers that actually cut them up, and they fucking hate that. But when you get your predator mites, those really, really eliminate numbers. They actually eat eggs, and little tiny guys and the adults, actually, they just don't really want to chill on the pots. They seem like they just like bite their toes and they want to run away. They want to stay on the ground. They don't like to stay in the pots because there's just so much life.
Work.
But yeah, they don't like that OHN either. That cinnamon, garlic, ginger ferment. They don't like that either.
Oh yeah. You said they haven't been liking that one?
They don't like that one. Beneficial life, really enjoy it. But bad life, just, I don't know how it picks, but it's seriously just bad life. It just like fucking murders them. And the good life, they are like almost attracted to it.
Yeah, that shit confuses me too. Like I've seen people do like small scale experiments to like determine like the toxicity of like neem seed meal and shit on beneficial
Yeah, and they just fucking love
insects and beneficial microbes compared to pathogenic, and the beneficials were not affected, and pathogenics were fucked up. And plain as day on the microscope videos of it, but I don't understand how that works. I guess it's just an acquired systemic resistance to it of some sort that the officials have acquired. I really don't know.
I have no idea, but like if you accidentally leave one of your ferments open, you'll start getting little larvae that are breeding on the inside of that shit that are just drinking fucking alcohol and they're loving it. You're like, what the fuck?
Little larva of what? Like the beneficials, you're saying?
I have no idea what the fuck they're. I've only seen it. They're like little they're probably like fungus gnat larvae is what they probably are, honestly. But I have
See,
no
I've seen,
idea.
like, I usually
Fuck out.
put like a paint strainer over my ferment so nothing can get into it. But I have left them
Yeah.
just plain open, and like I've noticed some gnats hop into there once or twice.
I have no idea.
See, I've seen like they die after a couple days in there just due to the osmotic pressure. I have them just plain open, and like I've noticed
Have a good brother.
you
What's up,
got
Grandmaster? Mine's all messed up, brother.
like you got to mute the
Am I on?
YouTube video in the background.
Hey, you're
Yeah,
on.
you're on.
Testing. Do I have volume?
Yeah,
we hear you.
we can hear you, Grandmaster.
How you doing, sir?
What's good,
There we
brother?
go. Is that good?
Yeah, you're good, man.
There
You're
you go.
good.
Now I can't hear anything.
You said you can't hear yourself?
Can you guys hear me or not?
Yes.
We can hear you. Go on your phone and there's a little. Somebody type. There's
Trying to
that.
figure this out.
Pick it up like a phone. There's a speaker button up on the top right. We can hear you. Go on your phone and there's a little. Somebody type. There's that.
Grandmaster level living in the Stone Age.
Button up on the top right.
Hold on a second.
You could see that little group chat that I just sent on the side, GMO.
I hit the mic mute button. It should be on the top right. Should be a little phone that you can turn into a speaker.
Yeah, this shit is kind of confusing, like in the beginning, bro. Like,
I still can't figure out how to put a fucking picture.
it frustrates you to where you don't want to fuck with it, for real. Hell yeah, well, fucking, as soon as he figures out his mic and shit, fucking, sure throw some tips in and shit. But shout out to Grandmaster, man, for coming through and making it happen tonight. This has been much anticipated, much anticipated. But so fucking no, I'm really interested in that ferment you said that was working on the gnats, bro. Fucking, because I'm finding like that that neem is becoming less and less effective dealing with the gnats.
Look into a product called what is it? It's Azatrol. It's Azamax, but it's an organic version. It has the synthetic product that they put in the Azamax, but they took it out, and it's an organic version of it. It's just concentrated neem oil. Use that for a while, switch between the two, and they won't really build up a resistance. But if you actually make that OHN, I'd switch in between all three, because they will eventually try to build up a resistance. If you start spraying them and the eggs hatching when they're being sprayed and treated with that shit, they feel like they build up.
Am I on right now?
Yes.
Yes.
You can hear you, brother.
And Purple Haze was saying something to the effect of sometimes, depending on the situation, that switching between the different IPMs could actually, could have resistance happen faster. Works, but that's what he was saying. But he said it wasn't like I don't
It's
want
definitely swing both ways. I feel like sometimes they're just going to try to buff themselves up. Sometimes they just, sometimes you beat them or you have to switch it up. But that's the fucking work right there. You got to visibly see what you see, and you just got to not give up until they're done. And then when they're done, keep fucking treating them, and then stay on your sprays, stay on your preventatives.
Just asking us to reintroduce everybody on the panel, just so everybody knows. But we have me, myself, Blunthumb. We have the World's One Shot with us, also the World's Last Hope on Instagram currently, and Phantom Designs.
Oh, shit.
Okay, is this working now?
G and Grandmaster level.
Damn, Purple just went through a checkpoint.
What's up, man? How you doing tonight, bro?
So we've got a crazy delay. Like if I say something, I don't end up hearing anybody respond to me for a really long time. So I'm just trying to figure that out.
Are you on?
You got to have the Hangouts audio going instead of the YouTube audio because there's the delay on the YouTube audio. So you have to have the Hangouts going and maybe headphones on would help if you don't have headphones. You got to have the Hangouts audio going.
I think I'm up and running now. It's finally working.
Hell yeah.
Hear us? Grandmaster, can you hear us?
I think he still got the delay.
I'm just confused about the leg. So you actually don't hear yourself for like 20 seconds later. Is that what's going on? And that's the part I'm confused about.
No. Grandmaster, tap your screen, and then the top it'll have our names right next to it. There should be a cell phone. Tap the cell phone.
So you actually don't hear yourself for like 20 seconds later. Is that what's going on?
Grandmaster, tap your screen, and at the top it'll have our names right next to it. There should be a cell phone. Tap the cell phone.
Okay, so after I tap it, like I'm on my computer, it doesn't have like a tap screen. I press phone calls.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm doing it on a cell phone, so.
There.
Anybody on a computer doing it? Wookiee was on a computer.
Yeah, I'm not hip to the computer fucking.
You can do it off your phone. It's pretty easy off your phone. You got a smartphone.
I thought my mic was on.
Working better than
What's
it was.
the issue? I'm on a computer.
Word. Fucking.
I'm illiterate to computers.
Yeah, the phone works for me.
So, kind of back to the mics a little bit. I mean, not mics, fucking the bats.
Like I still don't end up hearing in my own voice for there's like a 20-second delay, so I'm a little bit confused.
Yeah, you probably have the YouTube audio still going. You have to mute the YouTube video. Just have the little pop-out Hangouts audio still going. You probably won't like you shouldn't hear yourself. Everybody else talking.
Okay, so once I have it muted, well, can someone talk? I can't hear anything.
Okay, how about now? Can you hear me at all? Let's see. This audio even. Go down to your audio mixer. Like your volume mixer.
I can just try doing it with this leg. I'm gonna try messing around a little bit. Fuck, maybe I need to reload it.
The app is the shit though, bro. If you can download the app, it works beautiful.
Audio.
The website sucks. I hate using that website.
Which app is it?
It's called Google Hangouts.
Just give me another second here. So I should be on the Google Hangouts page is the one I should be on?
Yep.
Confused.
Well, he should have sent you a link that
if I close
when
the
I do it, at least it pops out and
just have it Google Hangouts. That's what I'm supposed to have?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, the link that he provided you should have either a pop-out window or it should just open in a new tab and it should be just the Hangouts. And that's the only thing that you want to have the audio coming through on.
Okay, so now when I try talking, I'm not sure if I'm live or not, but I can't hear anything on my side.
So you don't hear this at all? Because you're coming through fine. Muted this.
What the hell? Why can't I hear everybody else? What the fuck? Okay, well, I'm live and apparently it's working for me, but I can't hear everybody else. So what do I need to do? I'm going to turn it back on.
That's a really good question. I've never had that issue.
You can't download the app, bro?
What's going on over there?
Starting, I don't know.
Just did.
Sorry, everybody, for the technical difficulties.
I think everybody's fucking hoping we can get it together for real. Fucking yeah, man. I hate the fucking Google Hangouts on the computer, bro. Like I swear, like I hate that shit. When you're
I
trying
don't
to do
know.
a
Shit's
voice call,
always worked mad
never
simple
works.
for me. It worked simple on Chrome. I think that it's harder on the other Google Chrome. It works really simple for me, at least.
GML, can you still hear us, bro?
I'm actually using Chrome.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe just try hopping out and hopping back in, and just having the YouTube video muted as you do that, and then see.
I
if
can
that...
hear you guys, but I have to have my YouTube channel, or like I have to have it open on the Trichome Chasers to hear anything.
Then you have the lag with it, right?
If I have it muted, I can't hear anybody's response. So I'm just trying to figure this shit out.
Yeah, not exactly the best.
You guys can just continue the conversation. I'm gonna try loading it on my phone here.
Perfect.
Word.
The struggle is real. The struggle is real on Google Hangouts.
I've got really fast internet, so that's not the problem either. I'm just gonna light one up in the meantime here, just because I'm getting frustrated.
Well, shout out to you, bro. I appreciate you trying to make it happen, dog. Fucking, we'll figure it out here in a second.
Well, thanks for having me anyways, and I definitely am going to be here in the future. I've been super busy. I was like sick for almost 6 weeks on and off, and I'm finally getting back to, well, I'm at 100% and about to get a whole bunch of work done.
Hell yeah. That's what's up, bro. Fucking, I'm glad you was able to make it through tonight, and you know what I'm saying? Fucking, hopefully we can figure this out so we could get you on here more often. So you guys want to jump back into the Nat shit?
I'm just going to actually try restarting my whole computer because I just got my computer back, and I'm just going to try restarting everything and try on a different browser.
All right, brother. That's what's up.
So I'll be right back in 2 minutes here.
Photon, I think you're muted, bro.
To Canadians talk.
Photon, I think you're muted, bro. We can't hear you.
In Photon.
Still muted, mofo.
Technical difficulties all around.
Negative.
Not it, brother. Fuck.
Negative.
Oh, this shit's funny.
Yeah. Fuck it. Photon's in a time warp over there. He's stuck. He can't get out of it. Did you unplug your shit, bro? Check and see if it's unplugged. All I see is his lips moving.
Can't wait to start seeing him throwing shit.
Oh shit. Fuck. You know, shit, it happens. Shit happens.
Ah, shit. Fuck. Yeah, RuPaul Randy. Good job, RuPaul Randy. I doubt that Grandmaster level's even like listening anymore because he's restarting his shit. But yeah, he probably had the wrong audio device chosen on the Google Hangout setting. I totally forgot about that. Good job, RuPaul Randy.
Let me send him a text right now then. Fuck.
Yeah, either whatever audio output device he's using, whether it's his normal sound card or if like I have an interface, so the interface has its own sound card, so I run it off that, so I have to choose that to be able to hear anybody. But yeah, as long as he has his right shit chosen, that the issue.
Hell yeah, that's probably what it was then. Fucking
Yeah, that first time I came on, that was my problem too. I was sitting here for 20 minutes figuring out how to get my audio and my mic to come through.
hell yeah, we gotta figure that shit out for the big homie, man. We gotta photon shit next too. Oh damn, he's
Man dropped that. And then there were three. Cheers, everybody. Shit.
One stop. One more time, bro. What was that? What was that ferment you said that was working for the gnats?
OHN.
The holy chin.
OHN.
OHN.
Yeah, it's perennial herbal nutrient.
Okay.
It's a mix of garlic, cinnamon, and ginger, all fermented separately.
I was showing you that last night. I'll grab it once I do this dab. I just started a batch last night.
Did you?
Yeah.
Yeah, my advice for that guy is go ahead and use your beer to soak it, then take a lot of your beer out of it, and then go ahead and add your sugar to it, lacto. That way you get a more of a thicker consistency to it.
Mm-hmm.
Is my mic working now?
Yes,
Perfect.
sir.
All right, that was weird. Oh, so I was gonna say, I posted a picture on my Instagram a while ago, and a lot of people have been asking me questions about it. So I kind of got a little mock set up right here. It's a Vero 29 with a 90-degree reflector and an XML2 with a 5-degree reflector. And people are wondering, like, where do I get that Vero 29
Wait, are you supposed to be screen
reflector?
sharing right now?
No.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Yeah, I just
Continue.
It's right here. I can turn it up, I guess. So it's these right here, and I'm only running them at like 3-4 watts right now. So I'll turn them up, but actually I gotta turn these lights off. Hold up. So, I mean, yeah, it's just a bright light down there, but the XML2 actually has a noticeable spotlight on the ceiling over the Vero 29, which is running. So the Vero is running at 36 watts right now, and the XML2 is running at like 2.5 watts. And that little spot is from the XML2. I can actually kind of move it around. And this is why I want to use XML2 so bad to do like do through canopy lighting or like under canopy lighting.
I still can't hear anything. I just downloaded the app too. I'm trying to figure this shit out. Give me another sec here.
Gotcha. But yeah, I think this is why they're so promising for like under canopy or like through canopy lighting is because I have 12-foot ceilings in here, so that's 10 feet away. and it's outshining the shit out of this Vero 29. That's the Vero 29 covered, and there it is back. And there's the XML2 covered. There's back. But I just wanted to clear that up for anybody who follows on Instagram and is also watching. We'll demo there, I guess.
Yeah, I'm just getting these shares out real quick. Fucking my bad, you guys. I'm just all fucking.
I think I got it.
You good?
I'm
Word
good.
up.
Live?
Yeah.
Holy shit! I was about to smash my computer.
GML in the building.
It's just the volume's still a little bit quiet. Is there an actual volume control on the screen somewhere?
Whenever I do Google
so.
Hangouts, and I'm hooked up to my TV, but it cuts all volume away from my computer and gives it to my TV, so it might be on your monitor.
Yeah, I got it now. We're all good.
Nice.
Fuck, that was a fuck around. Nice.
Fucking hate technology.
Yeah, I'm not very computer savvy.
Hell yeah, bro. I'm glad you got that shit figured out, man. This is gonna be dope.
Yeah, now it's time to lace a joint with some distillate.
Word. Hell yeah.
Yeah.
I got this jar of distillate. I got 150 grams 6 months ago. It's I've barely even gotten into it, man. Lasts forever.
What you got?
It's just distillate made from shatter. It tested at 89%.
Okay, nice.
Yeah, it's really
THC
stable too. I
distillate?
see a lot of other people making it, and it's just not as stable. It's really runny. Most stuff that I see, but apparently when you see it runny, if you see distillate, it means there's CBAs and all this different stuff that they don't get out of it.
Huh. Is it just more refining that goes into it?
Basically, yeah. It's just all about technique though too, because I've seen people that they keep on doing more runs of it and it still stays runny. So I guess it's all about technique and just like anything. Look
What do you mean by distillate? I've never heard that term before.
Okay, well,
THC
it's never
or CBD
Yeah.
distillate.
No. So they take shatter, and it basically if you have a really stable shatter that's nice and hard, you get the best yield. But say you got 100 grams of shatter, it turns into 45 grams of distillate. Roughly.
How do they do that?
Do you know what? My buddy, he bought just a $10,000 setup. I was actually going to do a video. I actually firsthand haven't seen it, but you see test tubes all over the place.
It's like a roto.
Waste
roto-
going
I
from
think
one
it's
side.
rotovape distillation.
Like a centrifuge type thing?
Yeah.
I think it's rotovape distillation.
Yes,
Yeah,
I
that's the
honestly
most-
don't know all the technical terms, but I'm going to do a video showing the whole process, when I go to
Nice.
Delta 9 Labs. They also have a CO2 machine there's a place that makes them in the States called Eden, I think it's called, from Seattle, and it's $120,000 machine he just bought, and so it can actually he can run almost 5 pounds at a time now. So,
Damn, that's a big
Are you in Seattle too, Grandmaster?
no, I'm in British Columbia, Vancouver
Okay,
Island.
right. Yeah, I'm in Seattle.
Oh, you're in Toronto, sweet.
Seattle.
Oh, Seattle, sorry.
Yeah.
Nice, well, that's not too far.
Yeah. I'm actually working with some people in Victoria right now on getting some LEDs up to Canada.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's just a couple hours away from where I am.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I guess people complain about their LEDs are super expensive, even if you just try to source DIY stuff yourself. I don't know. That's what I've heard, but yeah, it seems like there's a huge market up there. So,
Well, they're pretty expensive. Anything I pretty much buy, I get at cost, almost, or just above cost, because I buy in the big scale, and I've got 3 different friends that own different grow stores. So, like for example, I'm trying to think. There's these 600 watt. I can't even remember the brand now. They were the LEDs I was going to try, and they retail for 2,400 Canadian, and I can get them for the cost, which is 1,800 Canadian. I'm just trying to think. It's one of the most popular LEDs on the market.
Platinums?
Nope, say another one.
Mars Hydro?
Nope. It's like one of the biggest companies.
Fluence or Apache or Kind Lighting or Next Lighting.
Black Dog?
Nope. I don't know why. Like they started off, it was like a spotlight one they used to have, and now it's different. I'm trying to think of the name. Like it looked like
Spectrum King.
Sorry, what was that?
Spectrum King?
Spectrum
King. That's it.
Ugh.
Spectrum King.
So the 600 watt veg here in Canada, well, they're telling me their cost is 1,800 Canadian, whatever that works out to, right?
Isn't that a
Like,
deal?
I don't know the exchange rate right now, but that sounds like a lot.
Does it?
I think it's 1,500 US, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay,
somewhere around there.
Well, if it's 1,500 US for one, then you guys would be paying more than me.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I would never buy a light that
Other-
doesn't come with a bunch of data, so.
Yeah.
Spectrum King 600 is selling for 1,500 here?
Yeah.
Really? Wow.
Yeah.
Fuck that.
Right?
Wow.
I still haven't even ever tried LEDs. Like the first time I tried LEDs was about 12 years ago, and this guy came and had a video documented showing it, but I swear he must have fucked with it, because like we tried it out and they look like the similar LEDs that you see now with all the purple different lighting, but 12 years ago obviously the technology wasn't as good and it was like a complete joke. Like the yields you could get were bullshit.
Yeah. Yeah, there was a lot of that. I think that's why the LED industry's been so like slow to take off, kind of, and like now it's just starting to really pick up momentum. But like people just overpromised in the beginning, and then pretty much all the fixtures are say they're 600 watt, and then pull 300 watt from the wall or 280 from the wall. And so people expect a 600 watt LED, and then they get a 280 watt LED, and they're like, "Oh, LED sucks," because they don't know they're only running 280 watts.
Yeah, it's crazy because a lot of people actually are always like, "How come you're not switching over?" And it's like, at a place where I have, say, at one place where I have 66 lights, it's like the cost of me switching over would be crazy to experiment before I've even tried it firsthand. But I do plan on doing it on like a smaller level.
I believe it was Meechie. There's one other grower that actually went up to any LED company. They had a 20 light room, 5, and they said, "Hey, any LED company, put up or shut up. We know exactly how many watts we pull with this strain being fed this way. Match up or over. Invest all of our rooms and all of your products. If you guys fuck up, you pay the difference." And nobody ended up putting up against the Gavitas.
Really?
Yeah, they had a little comparison on Instagram. It was a while ago. It was probably 8 months ago.
Like watt for watt?
Watt for watt, gram for gram. Yeah.
How would you do that?
They grow like green crack with just one nutrient lineup and figure out the weight with 25 lights, and then run another room right next to it, the same done LED, same feed, same everything. And if
but
it's off,
do they equalize the wattage or like the number of lights?
I'm not exactly sure on what the whole entire.
If they equalize the wattage, I could shit on a good feed of 1,000 with 1,000 watts of LED, like no questions asked.
I would think they would have.
But at the same time, nobody's going to go up and pay that difference on the off chance that the fucking grower fucks up.
Well, I mean, these aren't exactly. It was Meechie Cropper, so I mean, he's got those 25 Gavitas mounted into the ceiling.
Mm-hmm.
Got a couple of rooms like that.
I saw it, and I like Meechie Cropper. I'm just personally afraid to try it in the big, like on a big scale. As soon as I'm done constructing, I'm going to try it on the smaller level first. It's just kind of scary.
A lot of money.
Wait, you're saying Medicropper was playing with LED?
No, I was saying he was just talking about how he had a Gavitas, and I was saying I really like to set up with Gavitas, but I'm afraid to set up that many lights and without trying it first in a smaller level.
Yeah.
Well,
I know that Miami Mango had of a different type of double-ended, the ACDE, versus the PLC, and then I believe he started doing PLC versus Next Lighting. But,
Yeah.
I don't know where that's at. But I do believe that the PLC be close to the AC double-ended, but depending on how you read the metrics, PLC side won because it builds, but there was less LARF on the PLC side, so I chalk that up as a win to PLC.
Yeah.
And I think I saw Spider X versus Gavita at one point too, and the Spider X did pretty good, but obviously if they weren't right underneath the LEDs, they didn't really yield very well. So the outside, that great, middles yielded really enough to make up for it. I believe they said their par rating was higher.
Mm-hmm.
Their par rating's like 1,000 up at 6 inches away from the light where they measure it.
Yeah.
Do you guys know how many BTUs Gavitas give off?
How much what?
BTUs they give off?
I don't know offhand now.
Like the 1,000-watt HPSs give off 3,000 BTUs, right? That's I'm just curious on the comparison on like how much you actually how much.
How many BTUs and LED
cooler, but not significant. Wait, did you say LED or Gavita?
I was asking about Gavitas and LEDs. I'm curious too.
Yeah, okay.
Well, it depends on how you have your fixture set up too, a lot.
But if you had it in a sealed room and weren't running in and out, like there's got to be like a rating that they each have, don't they?
Well, it just depends on your efficiency. So, not even photosynthetic photon efficiency, or luminous efficiency, just total radiometric efficiency. If a Gavita is putting 40% of its energy into light and 60% into heat, it's going to give off 600 watts worth of heat. And I don't know how many BTUs that is, but same thing with an LED. If
presumably that would be 60% of 3,400.
Okay, so that's roughly close to 2,000, so 2/3 basically.
I'm just throwing those numbers out there. I don't know if a Gavita is 40% efficient, by the way.
I was just curious.
I doubt it, but
I've heard those numbers said before, but that's wall plate efficiency. I don't know exactly how that relates to the total radiometric efficiency.
Yeah, no, the wall plate efficiency it's probably in lumens per watt, but you could compare lumens per watt and lumens per watt and come up with pretty similar numbers. Because most fixtures are rated in lumens per watt.
Nice.
This monster.
So I have a question for World Ones. I was going to say, so when you're growing organic, you've said multiple times you don't like using pH, like up or down, just doing it naturally. Now, there's so many different natural ways to adjust the pH. Is there a reason why? Like, I know, actual reason why you don't like doing it again? Like, I just was looking for some clarity on that.
I like to keep an eye on it. I know my general reasons. Obviously, you want to stay above. You don't want to grow at 4 because that's obviously you're not going to grow shit, and you don't want to grow at 14. But I just like to know kind of my general range, but it's not like too specific. Honestly, it's way more forgiving in soil than it is in hydro.
Now, when you say forgiving, do you mean like lots of plants can take a wider range?
No, it has higher buffering capacity.
Yeah.
Okay. And here's another question for the no-till topic, because I know people don't add anything to adjust the pH, and they say that it automatically, you know, adjusts it to the optimum rate for the plant. Like I don't know all the technical terms about it. Now, do you have to, does no-till work for growing any type of plants?
Yeah, no-till is not exactly a style. It's just a technique of not exactly removing your root ball.
So now, for different types of plants, do you have to make different types of mixtures with the soil or not when you're doing it that style?
Well, every plant likes a certain carbon to every plant likes a certain ratio of bacteria or humus to carbon ratio. I believe it. I don't even remember right this second, honestly. But yeah, certain plants like different levels of everything, honestly. Like obviously cannabis and tomatoes and peppers like to be fed, and certain things don't like it to, but everything likes to be fed itself.
So for like growing something like blueberries that like a really acidic condition, I think there's been some studies done, and I could be wrong, but it was a long time when I was researching it, but I believe they like an optimum pH of 4.3. So for something that's that acidic.
Cool.
So that's why I couldn't grow good blueberries.
Okay.
That's crazy.
That totally makes sense.
I had no idea about that.
No, that's why I was just wondering how.
I've also read that in cases like that, that's going to have a lot more to do with the associations that the plant forms with the soil food web. So in the case of blueberries and most perennials, they'll form more fungal dominant relationships, where annuals will form more bacterial dominant relationships, and the fungal dominant relationships will in turn in time lead to a more acidic soil.
So it will naturally slowly take it down then.
Yeah. So like over a long period of time, you could start out with the same exact soil for, say, average, you know, like lettuce and tomato and your normal annuals, and then have the same exact soil in where you have all of your raspberries and your blueberries and your tree, like your fruit trees and all that shit. And over time, those pHs will separate, essentially. Now, that's not to say that if you take that soil from the one side and put it onto the other, that those plants would automatically just not flourish or whatever, because there's definitely that blueberries, for instance, are able to still thrive in a neutral environment of a pH of 7. So it
just on the top.
So I just suck at growing blueberries.
No, it's because
it could be a number of things.
Yeah.
So I actually question
plan
for
on
you, since you
planting
said
blueberries. Sorry.
So you said you're doing the soil's really acidic with the blueberries. Do you think that you can plant any other species of plants along with your blueberries as, like, say, cover crop or just anti-pest plants?
Well, it's all new to me, to be quite honest. Like, you guys
I
are the first
personally
time
have
I've ever heard talking about it, basically. Well, YouTube.
I personally have the same cover crops going on my side of the yard that I have all my perennials on, that I have going on the same side, on the other side of the yard where I have all my annuals. So yeah, you could use the same cover crops, but at the same time, personally for me, I'm leading away from the cover crops on the annual side, just because annuals and cover crops, it's more, I feel like you get more benefit from doing off-season cover crops, so like doing a fall and winter cover crop, as compared to doing a living mulch type cover crop, which works great with the and I would prefer just a dead mulch, whether it's a like a wood chip mulch or a barley hay mulch type thing. But
yeah. Nice. Well, I know there's like I've talked to a bunch of different blueberry farmers, and like there's people that grow 5,000 pounds an acre, and there's people that grow 15,000 pounds, and it's kind of like 5,000 pounds is kind of like doing 1 pound off 1,000 watts, and 15,000 pounds is like doing 3 a light, basically, is what I kind of gathered from it.
It could be like different kinds of blueberries too. I mean,
well, yeah, you always want to have
a ton of factors that go into that.
Yeah, it's like they're way more productive when you have cross pollination, when they're pollinating at different times. I plan on planting 1 acre at the end of this year, so I've been trying to do all the homework I can. Like I'm not obviously going to plant it in the middle of summer, and I don't have the land ready yet, so I'm trying to do as much research as possible.
Yeah, it sounds
I'm
like you're on the
actually
right
about to
track.
go and pick up a few blueberry plants myself for the season. Got them in before spring hits.
I'm going to be kind of cheating and getting like 4-year-old plants to start, but
yeah, me too. Yeah, that's definitely the way to go. And depending on where you go, you could get really good prices on them. Like I went to just the local, like regular local, and I was paying like $30 a piece for blueberries there. And then like I found some place that does a bit more wholesale type shit, and I can get the 4-year-old plants where, as opposed, I was paying the 30 for 2-year-old plants. The 4-year-old plants I can get for 7 and change here. So
nice.
It's a kill compared to the other place, and it's higher quality and better cultivars as well. So yeah, I definitely think unless you're planning on training a lot and really know what you're doing with training, I would definitely go for the more established plants and the raspberries and the fruit trees and all that shit when you go and get them.
Cool. I guess we're kind of getting off topic talking about blueberries, but thanks for answering that.
Like I saw them at Costco or whatever, but I want like a lemon tree.
Yeah, I'm planting some berries. Fuck it.
But yeah, Grandmaster, sounds like you're on the right track for that. Talking to the bigger growers, like the bigger industrial growers, that would probably be the easiest way to go about that. See what they're doing, see how they go about it. If you're trying to do something, if you've got access to it, obviously.
They add lots of stuff on the top of the soil also to make the pH go lower. Out of all the farmers I've met, there's not one that actually controls the pH. I actually want to be like, I want to try it because I think you'd kill it. Give them exactly what they need. But anyways, I did quite a bit of research on it. And we'll see. I'll definitely update and I'll have videos on it when I actually get to that point, just showing people.
Oh, there you go. That'd be a good one to watch.
I had another question for you, because you were just talking about how you don't normally ever let the water go through the bottom of the pot, right? When you're feeding. Is that you?
Yeah. I normally don't.
Okay. There was a few different people and lots of different nights. I've been kind of trolling in the chat and being like, what's your guys' runoff? And everyone's always like, we don't test the runoff because we'd be, wasting all the precious soil that you've spent time building up, right? And like, I'm wondering, like, couldn't you guys just like slightly pour enough water to be able to test the runoff, and you could literally pour it back into the pot? I'm just really curious.
Oh yeah,
what
definitely.
kind of level of nutrients you guys have.
And like,
yeah, definitely.
I'm probably about 3 weeks out on harvest on this run, so I am going to do that test for you and see what my ppms is of the runoff at the end of harvest. So, because
like, I really appreciate that, because to me, and I have a different opinion than tons of people, but to me, it doesn't matter if it's organic or synthetic. At the very end, when I run water through the pot, I want to see the same level ppm running out of the bottom of the pot. And I've done tons of testing on this over the years, and I've always found the lower that you have that level, the cleaner the ash is, the smoother the smoke is, the easier on the lungs. And that's why I'm just curious, because I've seen other people grow like organic lines, and I've tested their pots and they've been through the roof. So yeah, that's why I'm just curious.
Well, when talking about like the way that we grow compared to people that are growing using organic lines,
I know it's not the same.
The main difference is going to be in the predator prey cycle and the immobilization of nutrients. Sorry, I just took a and depending on what the people who are running the organic lines, what type of soil they're in, higher CEC and AEC as well, which would also help to essentially keep the nutrients out of solution.
If you had to take a guess, what do you think it's going to be? I'm just curious.
That'd be an interesting one. I haven't seen him in a long, long time. I would think it's probably pretty low, hopefully, because I think my tap's pretty low. So
Yeah, I don't know. I'm thinking.
And I don't feel like I over food source anything. So I mean, like normally I feel like I said in previous episode, I feel like I can taste certain things if they're harsh in certain ways. So I try to back off certain ways in my, but that's just me.
Yeah, I'm just completely interested. I'm like, and you guys don't really have any organic lines that you can even recommend because you guys don't really believe in the actual bottle organic nutrients, right?
Well, the organic bottle debate is just synthetic stabilizer. They just use microbes just to keep them from breeding in the bottles. So like when we make them, we have the activity, we have the food source, but it's just continually breeding. So there's no suppressant in there. I feel organic bottles are still fine, but I mean it's just to what you're, if you're doing it, if you're growing, period. I mean, great, but everybody starts somewhere. Everybody's gone to the Alaskan fish food. Everybody's, but I mean, it's just all about what your style is and what you're trying to accomplish in the end.
Yeah, for sure. And like I said, I'm not against organics, and like I'm not just a synthetic. I actually use some organic products too. I think at the end of the day, I like it to have a really low ppm because all the testing I've done shows that the higher the ppm, the more nutrients that are left in it, and the less clean it burns.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. I mean, and that's exactly what works for you. And for me, it's just about like simply grow it, and then if it don't taste right, I'm going to try to adjust it. I don't try to go out and test it or anything. That's just the way I go about it.
Do you find you get a really nice white ash at the end?
Oh yeah. With the Korean natural farming, it's mostly sugar based, so your glucose levels are super high. But I feel like it has a lot of nutrient content left in it, but it burns super, super white.
Cool.
By burning ash.
Nice. I always like to see like people showing it.
Like I've got lots of ash pictures on Instagram, actually.
Nice.
Of course.
No, that's important. That like I know it doesn't tell. You can't tell if the plant's been sprayed or anything, but it really is a real test. And I've heard a lot of people online say you can't tell by the ash, and I'm like, well, you can tell if it has a lot of nutrients or at least a pretty good estimation.
Or people are like, well, fucking tobacco cigarettes have white ash. Okay, but that's not what we're growing, and that's not. We know what's in that shit. If you know what you're putting in it, like I mean, you're gonna wonder if
someone said that to me recently. Like I made a video and I'm like, well, I have a different definition of what white ash is because someone left a comment saying, look at cigarettes, they burn ghost white. And I made a video and I showed, and like, to me, they're not ghost white. Like in the middle, they're dark. And I actually, in the video, I showed it up close and then I showed the joint that I was burning. And, cause like there's lots of imperfections. I'm saying if you can get it down to 0 ppm and the plant was able to like process the water, like the plant wasn't too mature, you can have like a real perfect white ash. Like I'm talking 100%, like no imperfections at all.
Here, let me see if I can find one on my page for you, and I'll tag you in it.
Nice.
I can guarantee I won't be getting it down to 0 ppm just because I don't use RO water or distilled water. So.
Oh yeah. I don't even expect
regular tap water, but yeah.
50 ppm is even amazing. Like you even get it down to 100, you're going to be in the top 1% of, like higher than the top 1% of people and of the cleanest stuff around for sure.
Well, I mean, shit. I mean, there's a guy on IG right now. He's like, "Holy fuck! Did you know my water is like 550 ppm?" He's like, "Jesus."
I've heard a lot about that in the States. How you guys have some really high levels. That really sucks. I guess you just have to use RO.
Yeah, I haven't measured mine in a while, but mine was around 250 last time I did measure it.
That's not too bad, I guess. Like if you're like where I live, it's anywhere from basically 30 to 100 standard, like is what we see from city to wells. Like I'm on a well and mine's 60 and it comes out at 7.8.
That's damn good.
Yeah.
Grandmaster, what's your IG, brother?
Jealous.
I don't have one.
Shit. That's the only social media I have.
This is the only social media I have.
World chat, tag me in and I'll screen share it.
Which IG?
Blunthumb.
What's up, everybody?
There you go.
What up, though?
Actually, I could probably find even cleaner ones than that, honestly.
You're in jail.
Unfortunately, I had a few runs that were kind of forced, so I didn't have a chance to fully get them all faded how I wanted, but they still turned out pretty good. Stupid circumstances several times, just bullshit, weather and people coming by and all kinds of bullshit.
I'm actually leaving a plant in my crop in season 4 this time that's not going to be flushed at all, just to show everybody what the difference is, because I've had a whole bunch of people on my channel. It's been quite a dispute for a long time with lots of people talking about it and just about showing what the color of the plant is and what the nutrient level is. So I'm going to have one that's completely not flushed. First one that's flushed, I'm going to roll it and then, burn it on camera to show everybody the difference.
Dude, and I'd love to do that organically in one pot too. Just like kind of amend too late or feed half week and just show everybody what the ash looks like, because I feel like they just don't leave.
I think though what I'm actually gonna do with this harvest for you is do because in the run that I have right now, it's all sub-irrigated planters except for 2 plants. So in the 2 plants that aren't, I'm gonna do one where I just stop feeding like about now, 3 weeks early or so.
Nice.
And then do like the aloe and coconut water for the first week, and then just stop feed regular water only after that. And then on the other one, I will keep up the FFJ and IMO through the end and see what the difference in the runoff and in the ash on the 2 are.
Oh, that's a really good test to do.
There you go. I tagged you in a better pick there, Blunt.
Word.
Oh, Brian.
Oh, and here's those solo cups. That cocoa I was telling you about, the rooting in cocoa cups. I'll tag you in that too. Just using the straight coconut in some clear solo cups and just straight aloe, and these are the roots you get. As soon as they show roots, you feed them IMO, and they pop like that.
Grandmaster, what's that distillate taste like? Does it have a distinct
Well,
taste?
you know what? It's not supposed to have a taste if it's done properly.
Word.
That's the terps, right? Terpenes is what what's all the flavor.
Well, no, people, that's what people do is add terpenes. I personally don't like anything added. I like it I don't mind having no flavor and just having it super clean and strong.
There you go. Yeah, it's something I'd like to try one day.
Mm-hmm.
I mostly just process all my own stuff, so it's kind of hard to get a $10,000 distillery set up.
No, I know, and you know what? Like so many times, if we went back like 4 years, like I used to make so much shatter, and sometimes if you wait too long to make it, you get a crappy product or it's way darker, and you get I'd be stuck with pounds of it, literally, and I couldn't do anything with it at the time, and just because there was so much of it and it wasn't a good quality, But if you had a distiller, you can take anything and make it nice. That's the one beautiful thing about it.
Yeah.
You do have to have it winterized or kind of de-waxed, or else I can't remember what he was saying, but I know if you don't have a de-waxer built in a BHO system, you should be doing that before you make it, or else you definitely are going to have to run it twice, I think.
Okay.
But yeah, it's good. Do you know what? I started by rolling it on joints, or not rolling it on joints, smearing it on joints, but it's so wasteful. They sell the stuff for $80 a gram in dispensaries.
Wow.
You're man, I just feel so shitty. I'm just fucking enjoying the shit out of it, but fuck, man, this is just, somebody would be pissed.
And shit, but I just want to throw a shout out. I just want to throw a shout out to Growing Cali Dank for going through and fucking annotating the whole KNF video. Major shouts out. Thank you very much, sir.
There you go. Yeah, that was a long video.
Yeah, hell yeah, that's dope as fuck.
Dude, it's got 2,200 views or something like that now.
Growing Cali Dank. What up?
What's good?
What up, Reed? What up, Frosty? See y'all hop back in.
What's up, guys?
Frosty over there.
Chilling.
You reloading, bro? You going in for more?
I'm done for the night.
Bro,
You done
just
for the
keep
night?
going, dog. Keep going. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, trimming makes me tired. I'm like,
Those are some pretty fucking nice colors, bro. Especially that one in the back over to the left over there. That one right there, yeah. Oh, nice and fleshed out.
Yo, that's fucked up, plant bitter. Somebody throw pH up on my hands. That's fucked up, yo.
pH, someone threw it on your hand?
No, he says somebody throw that shit on my hands. That's fucked up, yo.
dude, I almost shit my pants. Or I had to pull a Jedi mind trick on these fucking poes at this checkpoint. It's like Jedi mind trick. Pose, you don't see me. I'm just kidding.
Some LEDs though.
Mm-hmm.
What are you running, Spectrum King, Frosty?
Crazy love. That shit's funny.
Are those Spectrum Kings? Yep.
About 15 watts, and I got 8 plants like this one right here. I just started doing PPMs. My PPMs at my ending runoff was like 2,100. Yeah, I think 35.
Yeah, Frosty.
You breaking up kind of bad there.
I couldn't hear
Frosty.
anything.
You breaking up, bro.
I really want to get my hands on a Spectrum King and test it out, though.
Yeah, Frosty's doing good with them, man. He just broke his year cherry for growing and stuff like that. He hasn't been growing that long, so fucking, you know what I'm saying? Like, but bro, he's been killing it with the Spectrum Kings, bro. Like,
no, I mean, there's a serious lack of data posted on their website, so I'd like to get my hands on one of them so I can record some data.
Word.
Yeah, I'd like to see your thoughts on it, bro. For real.
Yeah.
Get that data.
Yeah. I don't know who else was in the group chat, but one of my buddies is a I-502 commercial grow consultant up here in Washington. And we're going to start going around to his customers on weekends and taking all their light data at like, I don't know, probably 3-foot intervals or whatever. And then then they'll be able to decide when to replace the bulbs better. Like, say they should be replacing them every 4 months, but they're doing it every 3 months. You know, they're wasting in a 100 bulb room, they're wasting like 10 grand a year. Or vice versa, you know, they're not getting as much out of their last crop as they should be. So they just replace the bulbs. So, but I'm going to get to keep all that data too. And it's going to be really interesting to see like kind of what the baseline is out there in the commercial grows.
That's going to be so fucking dope, bro. I can't wait to you.
Yeah, I'm stoked for that.
Yeah, man, me too.
Hell yeah.
And I got the okay today on that, that like 4-foot long panel fixture that I got.
The big boy? I didn't see the big boy.
Yeah, it's a 500 watt, and it's like, it looks like it has 6 quantum boards on it, but they're Philips LEDs. It's a 500 watt fixture, but I just got the okay today from the the Seattle utility company. The commercial grows can get, it's like 60 or 80% back on the purchase price of the lights. So there's like no reason for them not to switch to LEDs.
Hell yeah, that's what's up. Fuck yeah.
I'm going to have to try it. Running it right next to an HPS and see the difference firsthand.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I think you should do that, GML.
I change my HPSs every single crop. I'm the only person I know that does it, but I'll give you an example. Like on 30 lights, when I have brand new bulbs, I'll get an extra 5 or 6 pounds on the brand new bulbs versus the second runs when the conditions and everything looks like on 2 perfect runs, I always get 5 or 6 pounds less off 30 lights. So when you do the math on it, it buys it like 4 times over.
Light, yeah.
And I tested it a lot, and like I'm talking, I've only been doing it for the last year and a half. I watched for years, always as soon as I put brand new bulbs, that's my best one. The next crop afterwards goes down slightly, and then it stays at the same for a few. And so like after years of watching it, I was like, fuck, I'm using brand new. It makes sense.
And now you don't replace your ballasts each time, right? You just replace the bulb in the hood.
Yeah, just the bulb. Okay. And I get Hortilux HPSs for $51 tax in, and that's cheaper than you guys probably get them for, I'm guessing. That's Canadian.
Yeah, I don't know.
That's like it's cheaper than what the grocery stores out here buy them for. Just because I know someone that has they work for a company and they order like thousands at a time, and they don't have to go through the actual Hortilux distributor or like the person that has the rights to the area. They buy it directly from them. So when they put in a big order, I can basically ride the coattail.
Nice.
Yeah. So it works out pretty well. So it's even at $100 a light, I would still replace them every single time. It would pay for himself. They pay for himself like 5 times over.
Yeah, definitely. LEDs though, 5 years.
Yeah, that's amazing.
Most of them are 5 years above 90% of what they came with.
Yeah, that's absolutely amazing. And so after that 5 years, you just replace the whole unit, or just?
I mean, then it goes down to 89%. So I mean, if you're okay with that, it's not like it actually does start dropping off after like 7 or 8 years, pretty sharp. But like the certification that these had to go through, they had to stay at 90% of the initial output for 5 years.
But that wouldn't even make a difference in veg, probably, even if that dropping that much. Maybe in bud, but not in veg, would it?
No, definitely. I mean, yeah, no, not really. And plus, you can just put them closer. Like, yeah, your spread might go down a little bit, but most people have enough overlap that I would just put them closer.
For
especially
veg,
a 10% difference too. Like with the inverse square law, say you're hanging your lights 4 feet above your plants, you could gain 10% by just moving your light like 3 or 4 inches down.
I see. Yeah, in veg, I noticed that I can use the same bulbs for a year and a half and I don't notice any difference. It's only in bud. I remember when Advanced Nutrients, they came out with the badass bulbs and they give a money back guarantee. So I ran one room against another, and at another place I put 32 lights. And man, everything looked really good. But once they got to 6 weeks, they really didn't do anything past that. And oh man, was I furious. Like I lost so much money, demanded a money back guarantee. They tried to say, oh, you can return it and take product back. And I'm like, fuck that. The ad says cash back guarantee. And they ended up honoring it. But yeah, they're garbage. And I also tried Philips, like running HPS against Philips and Badass, and the Hortilux just killed it.
That's what's good. Oh, yeah.
So for HPS, if you're using Philips or Badass, I would definitely recommend Hortilux.
Yeah, that's the only bulb I use.
I like those. I like those Solus Tech 10Ks though. Those finishers look nice for the DEs.
Well, okay, I don't think I've seen them.
They're like a purple spectrum.
Is that the ones by Grower's Choice?
No, these are from Solus Tech.
Oh, okay.
You know what I think is a good single-ended bulb? That's a good cheap alternative to like a Hortilux is those Saber bulbs. I don't know if you've ever heard of those.
I haven't.
I don't know. For some reason, they're like extra fucking bright. I don't know what the fuck it is, but.
Really, is that for like a HPS or a metal halide?
Yeah, they're. You can get it in both. They're just like single-ended HID bulbs.
Okay.
Yeah, what's up, Grandmaster? Good to meet you, man. Fucking nice to have you on the panel tonight, man.
Thanks, man. Nice to meet you too. I just got my computer back today, man. I was making a video and my computer had crashed like a few days in a row, and then in the middle of a video it crashed. So fuck, it's kind of far where I bought it, and I didn't want to have to send it through the fucking mail, so I just drove it and stayed in town for a few days and then drove it back. So yeah, I've just been happy to get home and get back to work.
Hell yeah, brother.
Vader OG said he was going to come on next week also too, by the way. I thought I'd let everybody know that.
Oh shit. The Dark Lord.
Well, I originally asked him, I'm like, hey, can you come on with me, man? I don't want to be like just with a couple synthetic guys. Come on, man. I don't want to get ganged up by all the organic guys.
I'm synthetic too, so.
No, and the funny thing is he said he would have come on, but because of Vegas, they were busy, obviously, with their own stream tonight, I think.
Yeah, right. They're getting fucking wasted, Vegas style. No, I'm just kidding.
I actually wanted to go to that, but tomorrow's my mom's birthday, so it didn't work out.
Yeah, kind of hard to be pissed off at somebody for not being on a stream because, sorry, dude, I was in Vegas. Oh, by the way, it was the fucking Cannabis Cup, too.
Word. Hell yeah.
Oh, been there. That's fucked up. No, dude.
Dude, what the fuck?
How is the law in Vegas? I don't know how your guys' laws really fully work, so...
Dude, there's somebody walking outside the front porch of my house right now.
Oh, shit.
Or like seeing it.
What the fuck?
You should go deal with that.
I switched my other camera. Fuck. What the
Isn't
fuck
that nice being in the States, being able to have a gun?
I can't have guns, man. We got mandatory minimums. I'm gonna go grab a club.
Oh.
Right. You're in oh, I thought he was in Cali. I was like, right? You don't want to get fucking hemmed up.
No, but anywhere in the States, you're allowed to have a gun to defend yourself. Are you not? Self-defense in your
Not
home?
really, no. Theoretically, yes, but no.
No.
Background check.
Well, if you don't have a criminal record check, or if you don't have a criminal record.
Nah, they said if you're a medical marijuana patient, you're not allowed to have a gun.
That's only in the 9th district. That's only like the West Coast.
What if your spouse isn't a patient and are they allowed if they live in the same home?
I do not.
They're not allowed to own a gun for you, technically speaking. So,
well, obviously not for you, but if they weren't a medical patient and lived in the same home, would it be still a red flag?
I don't think so.
Dude, where I live, bro.
Over here, it depends on how much they want to fuck with you and who you get busted by.
I always see so many videos with people walking around with fucking guns all over the street. I can't believe it. Like, that would get shut down.
Those are in states that have like open carry laws and shit.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's open carry here. So.
Yeah,
I love that.
You got you can have a pistol with your medical, but if you shoot someone and you have weed in your system, then they can charge you with shooting someone under the influence. So it's like
shit.
It's like a catch-22 basically. You can have it, but you can't use it.
See, the only time you don't get in trouble is if you kill someone that's got a ski mask and a gun, and they just try to do a home invasion, and they got a criminal history for doing it already.
Got one word for you, America.
No. I remember hearing about a guy who had a grow op in this area called Aldergrove. It's close in British Columbia. He was in an illegal grow op, had an illegal gun, shot the guy home invading him in the head, no charges because the guy had a history of doing like violent home invasions.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, like I've seen it a couple times. It's kind of rare. Like Canada, they don't really, like we're allowed to own guns. You have to have a license. You're not allowed to use it for you're not supposed to use it for self-defense or anything, but if it's a life or death, you don't get in trouble. Like from what I can see, unless you're like a guy that's got like a serious history or criminal record, you know?
Huh.
That's crazy.
Photon Phantom's all Phantom. No, sorry, Monster.
Nah, you good, brother.
Yeah.
But I was just
is a bad thing, and like in not where I live, but in areas in British Columbia, some of the areas like there's people that's what they do for a living is just go out for looking for medical grows because there's so many. Like in areas like Chilliwack, I don't know if you guys have ever even heard of that. It's not far from Vancouver, only an hour away. It's like full of medical grows, and they're not small ones either. They're big ones, so people can actually make a living just going around doing home invasions.
Bro, when I was in Northern California, there was a guy who got robbed. He woke up in the morning and there was 3 people out in his garden cutting fucking plants down. He fucking killed 2 of them, and he's fighting fucking murder charges right now.
Yeah, do you know why? I could see that. Well, do you know why? Because they probably weren't threatening his life, right? Just
I don't
probably
follow the case. I didn't follow the case.
No, it's bullshit, though.
Yeah, that's fucked up. They were robbing him. Either way it goes, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying? I'm sure something led to him shooting them directly. I'm sure he didn't just say nothing and just open fire on them. Like, you know what I'm saying? They probably fucking threatened him some type of way.
Well, that's harsh bullshit.
Yeah. Still, Ripper, you kind of get what you get. Like, you're taking that risk. I mean, if you get shot, that's your dumb fault for fucking being a Ripper.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, it's not a good, I don't know any that have made it.
Yeah, there was a guy that was selling this lights. It was like a light gun that was like super, super bright light that would like pretty much make anybody close their eyes. It was like a defense thing besides a gun. He's like, yeah, my son actually got shot because he went to a guy's crop and was ripping his crop off and got shot. And if the guy would have had this, he would have just ran away. I'm like, whoa. I'm like, dude, first of all, like, your son kind of got what he got. Second off, that's kind of interesting that you kind of got into the profession to kind of prevent that. That's an interesting way you went. I'm like, whoa, this is just fucking with my head a minute.
Seen those lights. I think that those are based. I could be wrong, but I think that those are cob based.
I think they are too, actually. But I was just scratching my head. I was just like, wow, man, I feel bad, but I'm just at the same time, like, dude, what the fuck?
It's kind of hard to have sympathy for a thief, especially stealing weed.
It's like you're sitting there talking to the guy's dad. He's like, being very sympathetic about it, but at the same time, it's like, dude, your son was doing something fucking dumb. Like,
back from death
like,
at the same time.
You don't exactly feel bad for the guy that blows up in your backyard blasting, but because they were doing something kind of dumb.
Yeah, I'm not about to kill nobody over no weed unless they threaten my life or my family. Straight up. That's
exactly.
Word. Yeah.
Word.
It ain't worth that. You can come back from a lost crop. You can't come back from getting shot. Fucking.
I don't know, dude. I'm not advocating it by any means, but all I'm saying is when you're in situations that are really deep, it's like, what do? You let this fuck come rob your shit or get rat your shit, or you know what I mean? Or are you gonna bury the motherfucker? Like, I don't know,
I mean, I don't know. I'd rather take a bat to the head than fucking shoot him or something, though.
From a really deep point of view, like when you're in so deep, it's like, dude, are you gonna really take that risk and go down for 5, 10, fucking 20 years over this fuck, or risk your whole shit just because some fucking little faggot's all on one and wants to come take your shit? Like,
well, and then again, you don't know if they've got a gun either. So, I mean, you can't exactly send your dogs because you don't know if they're going to get fucking shot.
Right.
And once they rob you once, they come back again if you don't do anything.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, it's your fucking property. You have the right to defend your fucking property.
Well, in some states, I guess they're right, but not all of them.
Yeah.
It's just complicated, I don't know, man.
Like
it's
Texas,
just...
you can defend yourself,
yeah,
right?
Complicated. Texas, yeah, pretty sure Texas is one of the more open states.
I think Florida's got the stand your ground law too, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Man, that's some bullshit. You got to be white for that.
Right.
That's some bullshit, bro. That shit doesn't work for black people.
It's true.
Yeah, I guess so, man.
At the end of the day, it's a southern state, so you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Shit's fucked up.
Yeah.
But one state that does have that law that I've heard about, where they have a really, really like nice stand your ground law is Ohio. You said what, bro?
Yeah, I never heard that.
Yeah, they got open carry law, fucking, where you can walk around with fucking AR-15s and shit, and
I think we have open carry here in Washington. You have to have a concealed weapons permit if it's hidden on you, but I think we have open carry. I could be wrong.
Yeah, I'm almost positive we can't open carry here.
damn, that's fucked up.
To conceal here, you either have to be a private eye or a cop.
Wow,
Yeah.
that's fucking crazy.
Like, if I have, I
Illegal
have a
in
shotgun,
most instances in my state.
I can like bring a shotgun, but like take it somewhere to go shooting or hunting or something. But I have to have like a route planned and en route to go there with it. You know what I mean? If I got stopped.
Damn.
Yeah.
Or when I was in high school, there was like 4 of us that got caught with shotguns in our trucks because we like went hunting that weekend, didn't take them out, and they just like told us to go home.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That wouldn't happen here.
It's like that. Our
I don't
fucking
think that
ball cop.
happened here
Hey,
anymore,
what are you
but-
doing? Hunting? Move along, sir.
Yeah.
Okay. Got 4 shotguns in the back. Okay, bye.
Fucking map of Washington D.C. with the White House circled. You're good.
Or that Key and Pill skit where he's accidentally shooting the black cop, and it's like 2 guys walk out with a banana. He's like, "Watch out! That guy's gonna steal your banana!" And shoots him. Even the police chief comes up. He's like, he just shoots the shit at him. He's coffee. Fuck, my bad. Just showed you how racist what's shooting people. It's fucking terrible.
Do you guys still have protests going on around there, or not?
There's fucking protests every day. It's fucking
Fuck, man, it's crazy.
Yeah, in California especially.
Protest and fucking go out and do something to make a difference. Protest and don't make a difference at all. You fucking put money in the people's pockets who you're protesting.
Bullshit, Blunt. Have you heard of the equal fucking rights movement in the 60s? Like, come on, dog. Protesting isn't, by any means gonna, change the fucking whole world, but it's definitely a start for something, you know what I mean? Like, you can't say that it's just fucking useless. Why don't you go home and fucking stop
Boycotts
complaining
will do
about
something. Protesting won't do shit unless you do other shit with it.
Yeah,
protesting was not the reason why that worked.
Get arrested in large numbers.
We'll do like the 70s. We'll just get some time to smoke some weed, man.
We're just gonna get everybody together and like overtake capitalism with the power of love, man.
We're just gonna play some music and just jam, man.
Yeah, you're right. We need to get this hippie jam in full gear.
We're just gonna be organic and wave crystals all over plants, bruh.
And we'll have a guy that like makes bread and a guy that like cleans up after people.
You mean like a baker and like a cop?
Hold on a side
No,
note.
completely different.
Has anybody saw the witches putting hexes on Trump and shit?
Oh my.
Has anyone seen that Trump antivirus?
No.
Building a firewall on your computer. Trump is looking for Trojans. It's so fucking funny.
That's fucking
That shit's funny.
Trump has detected the Hillary Clinton virus. You guys haven't seen that?
Nah, hell no.
Oh, fuck, it's funny. There's a guy that he spams scammers. You know, like how something will pop up and be like, phone this number or your computer's infected, and it's just a scam. Well, he goes after those guys and just fucking power calls them, and then when he'll fuck with them in all different ways too. He's fucking hilarious. Yeah, has anybody ever heard of the Hoax Hotel? It's another YouTube channel where that's what the guy does. He just goes after scammers. He'll go waste their whole fucking day, put them on a so funny.
That sounds fucking as fuck, bro.
I'll have to look into that.
Like some of the episodes literally put us in tears because he's got the IRS on one phone and he's connecting them to the CRA, the Canada Revenue Agency, and he keeps on phoning them back and connecting them together. Yeah, it's so fucking funny, man. Some of the shit literally put me in tears. And sometimes he'll like power phone them for 5 hours and then get them worked up. And it's so everybody knows his voice and he keeps on phoning back with a different number so they have to answer. And oh, fuck, it's funny. They just start swearing and fucking going off. And he'll even like bait some of the guys into like he'll send a link that will actually show him their actual IP address and where they are, and he'll phone other authorities in Africa to like. He really goes after scammers. It's really cool what he does, and it's fucking hilarious too.
That's great.
Yeah.
They usually call me like on my way home from work when I'm not, you know, I'm just fucking driving, not doing anything. So I'll just like go along with whatever the fuck they're selling and like give them a fake credit card number. Like, no, that's got to be working. Oh no, it's 4. I meant 3 for that one. Yeah, try that now. And just fucking waste half an hour of their time while I'm driving home.
Did you just put a 9er in there?
Is that Alpha 9er?
7, 8, 9er, 3. You say fucking 9er?
Yeah, I gotta watch some of that shit later on, bro. I'm gonna watch that shit.
There's some that's funny. You could just hear the guys on the other line going crazy because he'll impersonate like an old lady and just fuck with them so hard. Like they all want him to go get iTunes cards or go down to the closest Walmart or these different places and gets that. And he'll put them on hold for like an hour and a half and they'll be like, "You're still there? Oh yeah, I'm just about in the parking lot. Put you back on hold." Just so funny. He weighs like 10 hours of a guy's day.
They got a radio prank up here that like friends will call in, like somebody will be like going through a bad divorce or something like that, and they'll call up and pretend they're like the divorce lawyer. Oh yeah, we're having problems. It seems like there's a bunch of items that are gonna be coming back back his way, not your way. Things that you said that you could sign off on. Just like, oh fuck no, and they just get all pissed off. They're like, oh, you've been pranked. Just kidding. Just piss them off.
I'll be right back, guys. I just got to grab something.
Cool.
Fuck, I'm excited to go get that rosin. I haven't had just a hash diet in a minute.
Oh yeah, speaking of oil, picking some of that.
So, you guys like believe in angels or? I'm just kidding.
Oh, I got a new Tinder match. Let's go.
It's a robot, bro. Trust me.
Dude, random off the top of my head, just out of it, but that fucking Rick and Morty episode when he builds that robot on the kitchen table, he looks at him and he goes, "What's my purpose?" He goes, "You spread butter." Oh my god.
Oh my god. Welcome to the club.
Welcome to life, buddy.
So true though.
He's like, "So what do I do?" Spread fucking butter, dude. Oh, dude, are you kidding me?
That's pretty funny, dude. That's pretty funny.
Shout out to the motherfucking chat, man.
Shout out to Billy Bob. What does any of this have to do with growing? He said. That's why I said. Anyone have any questions?
Well, Billy Bob, give us a topic.
Hey yo,
Yes.
Grandmaster level. What all different mediums have you grown in?
To be quite honest, it's just been Pro Mix, and then for the last few years, I just keep on adding perlite to it. Each time I add a little bit more to my mixture, and I'm using like right now on the crop I'm doing season 4. It's 1 bag of Pro Mix to 2 bags of perlite.
Do you add any nutrients to that Pro Mix?
Yeah.
No.
Okay, I was gonna say
It's got mycorrhizide in it, right? But no food.
Yeah.
Yeah, it has no food in it. I'm not sure. It's just like the standard big bag of perlite that you can buy at the grocery store. With
the
Pro Mix number 4. And yeah, I'd use 2 bags of that to 1. And the reason why is just like I'm trying to just get it to be able to dry out. Like, well, perlite doesn't really retain water like dirt, right? So the faster you can, but it can still hold roots. So I just am trying to get it to dry out faster.
Right. Yeah, we were talking about cork. Try using cork as one of your medium.
I used to put lava rock at the bottom of the pots also every single crop. It's good to do. It's just the only reason why I sometimes don't do it is being so lazy and it's kind of a headache.
Oscar, what the fuck? I didn't learn anything.
Damn, Photon.
gotta mute that.
Damn, is that a drill?
Photon's over there getting busy.
Photon, yo, drill's loud as fuck, dude.
Yeah, my daughter's sleeping. Got to keep that down.
No, that was actually kind of one of our topics tonight was like fucking aeration and drainage and stuff like that. So you said that you're adding more and more perlite every time. So like about what ratios are you using with your perlite and
Well, this one was 2 and it was the most, and I just slowly worked up my way to that. And I'm gonna use more next time. And the whole reason why is I want to be able to have a nice amount of runoff and have it dry out in 2 days. Like not a huge amount, but I just want it. Like I found when I have the plants drying out every 2 days, like textbook, it like the yields and stuff I'm getting in the production is just through the roof. And like for years, I would only do 6 feedings in a crop. On season 3, I ended up doing 10, and I got 2 1/4 a light, and I still had some problems. No problems with any bugs, but problems that weren't my fault with air conditioner and a couple different things. But it was just so much more productive getting it drying out faster and processing and doing its process.
That's good that you found a happy medium that you like. That's very important. Like I know a lot of people that if they try to switch mediums all the time, they don't have enough experience in that one medium to actually get a feel for it, and they're like, oh, this just doesn't do this, this doesn't do this. But if you find a balance you like, try to stick with it. Try to stick with your aeration. You'll eventually just get where you like your soil to sit. The feel and the texture, everything about it. It's good to find where you like to be with everything.
I also like to have my pots elevated up at least a few inches, but in some places it's almost a foot, so like air can flow fully underneath them. The only reason why I was bringing that up, I know I've been hearing lots of people having problems with mildew, and I really believe it's a really good method just as a preventative, because like when water ever gets trapped under a pot, it's just one more thing, that can add humidity or add to the sparking of something, right? And having them elevated, it's just ideal, and your whole room runs better too, actually having the airflow right underneath them.
Right, and they're not sitting in the cold ground, and it's not, because even if you water a pot, it sits there for 2 or 3 days. You pick it up, it's going to have that moisturing where it's been sitting on the ground, or where That's definitely a good point.
No, and that's I just wanted to bring that up because I've heard of so many people, and I haven't had mildew in years and years, and I run huge rooms with massive plant humidity. The bigger the plants get, the more humidity they give off. And I always, before I go into bud, always burn sulfur in veg, just as a preventative for a couple hours when the lights are off. Even if there's no, I do it every single crop, no matter what, before I go into bud. Just as.
And you won't get russet mites doing that too.
I don't.
That's actually one major preventative for russets is it's the citric acid and yeast or sulfur. Contact with sulfur kills the russet mites. So since you're doing that, you won't have any problems. But a lot of people will sulfur burn fucking every day. I believe that's the perfect time to do it. It's just one time right before flower, and then just don't do it again, because you don't want to do it while you've got trichome heads, because it's fucking sulfur. You're gonna taste
absolutely. You'll taste it though if you burn too much in bud. I would never burn it in bud. I'm saying strictly in the veg before you're into bud. I even will do it for maybe 2 or 3 different days for just a couple hours at a time in the week before I'm going in.
Yeah, that's a great point to bring up. And like I said, that's another really good way to keep russets out of your. At least if you have any of them anywhere, if you hit them right before you go into flower, that sulfur will at least try to help prevent them for at least a few weeks until you get further on, and it'll actually help them get into their transition and help them produce. And then hopefully your plant will have enough health, and they will not, you took care of the problem, or they didn't multiply quick enough, and it actually doesn't hurt your yield. But those are fucking hard as shit to get rid of. You think mites are hard? Russet mites are 50 times fucking harder.
What do they look like?
They're
little red dots.
They're 10 times smaller than fucking spider mites. About 10 russet mites can fit on the leg of one spider mite. You need a 100 to 200 micron scope just to see them. But they make the plant feel like it's like dirt, on the tips of it, and you'll see little teeny tiny dust. They're also called dust mites. But they look like clear hot dogs with legs, and they eat trichomes like fucking Pac-Man. Literally, they take a step, eat a trichome. Take a step, eat a trichome. You'll just see a bud that just doesn't look right. It almost looks pollinated, but it just doesn't really have any THC on it. Then you run it all as hash, and there's like zero fucking return. You're like, what the fuck? It looks like you're feeding wrong. It looks like you overfed. It looks like a tip burn, but you feel the plant, and it just feels dirty, and there's nothing on it. And then you start scoping it, and you're like, there's little teeny tiny like dust on this, and you're like, oh fuck, it's moving. Oh fuck, there's like 100 of them. And then you start looking at other plants, you're like, holy shit, I've seen that shit like take down 99 plant crops quick, because it just damages the plant tissue. And then when they grow, the first like 3 to 4 weeks after that, they're just the actual like plant seems like it's just systemic. I don't know if it's not systemic, but the plant tissue's just been fucked up where they don't like to grow correctly for a little while if they come out of it. But that can completely just eradicate shit quick. And they came from the egg.
They're the devil incarnate.
I don't think they live around where I am, because I've never seen them or ever heard anybody in my area ever talk about them.
You will more than likely see them with all the people going Canada way with fucking Trump being elected. So you'll more than likely see them. So if you start seeing like tip burn, they start on the bottom middle of the plant, and if they hit the outside of that branch, that whole arm is fucking dead. If it hits the top of the plant, the whole plant dies. It's very hard for the plant to recover it coming out of being eaten by any of those. And they repopulate fucking 3 times faster than normal mites because they're smaller, so they breed faster, and they're bad, man. They're not fun at all.
Yeah,
you might as well toss the whole fucking crop.
They inject a toxic compound while they're eating the tissue, and that like fucks up the new growth, and the shoot apical meristems.
Have you guys heard of a product it's a really nasty product for killing fungus gnats called Stink?
Stink.
No.
Is it like a pink bottle? It's a fungus.
No, it's like toxic almost. Like it literally reeks the second you put it in your res. It turns it milky. It's just a brutal, nasty product, but it actually kills. It's the only product that I actually know that 100% kills fungus gnats.
We have one
them out.
What the fuck is that one called? But it's
nasty
pink
stuff
bottle.
though.
Yeah, this shit smells like straight like rotten feet. Like it's
no, but
gross.
I'm saying this stuff is also bad for you though. I'm pretty sure. Like it's.
Oh no, this one's like the one Mariah listed.
Oh okay. Yeah,
the one I'm talking I would just about. Use some worm compost.
Does it actually wipe them out though? Like, because I've never seen anything actually wipe out fungus gnats besides that. And I've tried, one time I put a big layer, like 2 inches of perlite, and after 2 weeks I didn't see any fungus gnats. And then I tried doing that again one time, and the larva from them could crawl right through it. And I've tried a whole bunch of products, and that's the only product that I've actually seen that like straight up kills them. You'd never want to do it in bud though. It's such a toxic product that after 4 days after you do it, it burns the outside of your leaves. But your plants recover from it right away. Like
if you I kind of forgot that you're not organic, so the worm castings may not be as effective for you because we're mainly relying on the official nematode, the predator nematodes that are in there to take care of the fungus gnats at that point. But
and they do, I guess.
Yeah, but I would assume that their life would be hampered by the synthetic nutrient applications, so that might not be as applicable for somebody who grows synthetically.
Right, and I don't think that predator mites will be able to withstand being fed synthetics all the time either, because they would definitely help. They eat larvae and they eat babies, and the adults, they don't let them sit in the pots. They like nibble on their toes and they take off. But I don't know if they'll be able to live in your, it all depends on if you're using organic synthetic or straight synthetic.
It's not a really big problem for me. I can count how many times I've had them on one hand in my life, but I've had them, all the times I've had them have been in the last year. Anytime I bring a pot from somebody else's house, like somebody else's place into my room, like 3 weeks later I have them. So I'm not ever doing
my advice on that, next time you do that, just fucking keep it outside and clone it. Treat it, bring it inside.
Yeah. Fuck, it's not worth it.
It's not worth their mistakes bringing into your garden. If they've got mites, they've got russets, they've got something, it's not worth infecting a giant grow. You just clone that bitch out, treat the fuck out of it. Well, dude, you just need to treat everything as if it's got russets, root aphids, and russet mites, and you'll be better off. Because if you just assume that everything is fucking candy, I mean, you're gonna be looking through the curtain. You need to look through the curtain and see through the smoke, because life's not all, candy. And because I mean, shit, it's better to stay on your preventatives than to actually fucking get super infested and have to fight them.
Yeah. Fucking yeah, dude, that shit's fucking horrible. I can't even go to my buddies anymore. I was telling him, dude, I was like, bro, you got to get rid of the fucking mites, dude. Like, I can't come over to your house anymore, bro. I'm sorry,
like, dude. I'm sorry. We're friends, but I can only talk to you. I can't physically see you because I can't afford to fuck my garden up. It's clean. I don't want no problem. Like, I mean, plant health has a lot to do with it. Like this entire crop, I have not sprayed one time, but my plant health has been so high there has not been one fucking bug at all. Like, I've been really, really, really looking, but. Dude, I've not sprayed one fucking time, and plants are just beautiful. But everything's from seed, and this whole room is built 100% from scratch, so there's nothing here.
Yeah.
You definitely have to be careful. I sometimes have to take like 3 showers in a day if I'm going to like a place they have bugs, and I come back, take a shower, change my clothes, etc. You know what I mean? Different shoes.
I mean, just like going to any fucking grocery store, man. Like, because you think about it, you sit in your garden, or the guy sitting there doing clones in his garden, he's got bugs. He brings them to the shop. The shopkeeper's going, look at the clones. The mites smell that the guy's been working with fresh weed all fucking day. So the mites jump on him. You come from your garden to get clones or to get weed. The mites smell the fresh fucking weed from you on your clothes. So they come back home with you. If you don't change before you go in, I mean, you might have walked by a fucking rose bush with powdery mildew, and you're bringing the spores right into your garden. A cat might have walked by you, and a mite might have jumped on you. You never know. Mites breed fast as fuck. You see damage, you physically see dots. It's been there for fucking 2 weeks. Like, there's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. There's enough food there where they've actually eaten through the first tissue layer and are actually showing visible signs. They've already been sitting there for 2 fucking weeks.
That's why you really just have to think that you have a mite.
What's up?
You have to think that you have bugs, really, and proceed that way.
All the time.
Because you can get bugs at any time. You know, like I was telling someone else, you can get fucking mites from whiteflies. You know what I'm saying? So
that's why you keep your animals out of your gardens. You just try to keep clean. There's a way less chance of you getting any kind of bugs in your garden is literally if you just change your clothes and shower before you start going in your garden. Treat it like a lab, and don't go out and get wood. Don't go out and fucking work in your garden, in your front yard, and go clip grass. Don't go to a buddy's garden. You go to anybody's garden. If you go to multiple gardens in one day, shower and change clothes between each garden. Do not transfer bugs from garden to garden to garden.
And seal your room very well, obviously, right? In your facility.
And have a containment room. So you actually put any new plant in its own grow space, and it gets treated as if it has fucking everything for 10 days minimum before it gets induced to the main room. That's just the best way to go about it.
Throw out things real quick. In regards to PM, there's different species of PM which attack specific species of plants. So, for instance, like PM that would affect like cucumbers and things in that family don't necessarily affect the cannabis family. On that, but that's how I currently understand it.
Yeah.
So,
hey, more knowledge we know about it, the better. Because that's a big fucking topic that really hurts a lot of fucking people.
I know, it seems like a lot of people are having problems with it lately.
Well, people,
I do want to throw in that, like, it's like important to not be bringing shit in from outside and all that. But at the same time, I bring in soil from outside. I bring in compost from outside. I bring in like comfrey and other like biodynamic accumulators to top dress with. So I do bring a lot of things outside, inside, and I don't experience those issues from that. But there is a level of precaution that I do take. So don't necessarily take it as like, don't bring anything from outside ever, because that's not
it doesn't have to be sterile. I'm talking cannabis.
But yeah.
Yeah, I'm like saying straight up cannabis plants in general. If something is infected and there's more of them and they're healthier, they're going to want it. If you keep on top of your sprays and that plant thinks it's a neem tree, Neem tree don't have fucking bugs, and they will never have a spider mite on a neem tree. Like, they don't fucking like it. Like, so, I mean, you just pretty much coat your plant in the neem, and the fucking mites are like, dude, I don't even want any part of this. They don't die, they just run the fuck away. They're like, dude, this don't taste good. This isn't what I want. So they move on. And,
sorry, you're recommending to do that in veg, though, not in bud with neem, right?
Exactly. You don't spray any. My advice: you do not spray anything the second the trichome show. Doesn't matter what stage it's at, because even if it's in the very beginning stage of flowering, I feel like the glands will still absorb whatever you're spraying.
You bruise
That
them
being
too.
said, I do top dress the neem meal into like maybe the second week of flower.
Neem seed meal, karanja meal. Those are definitely two right there that really help against mites.
Yeah.
But the predatory mites they will colonize to that shit.
Have you guys ever been successful with predator mites, like actually wiping out a complete infestation?
Pretty fucking close, man. Time. Like straight up, with those gnats, like they seem like they don't hatch any new eggs, and the old ones just kind of die of old age. Like they just eventually they're just like, dude, we're just gonna eat all these fucking eggs, and we're not gonna allow you to sit in the pots long enough to lay more fucking eggs. So you're just gonna eventually go around and you're gonna have to lay them outside, or you're just gonna fucking die of old age pretty well. Like they get very, very aggressive with those predator mites. Like what is it, the California kid Predatoris? What's that?
An immediate thing. You won't apply it and then like within 3 days see like like nothing left. It's definitely a longer term if you though, you can see it fully eradicate whatever you're fighting against, but it's definitely going to take a period of time.
And
the best way I can express how to put that into the basic terms is it's an alien race that comes in and takes over. It does not going to happen fucking immediately. Unless they all come from different parts. If one ship comes in and then runs, it's going to take them maybe a few weeks or a few months to actually cover the whole fucking planet. But like that's kind of how it is. It takes time for them to actually breed and outbreed the other species of food, and the other species of food has no food source because they're not allowing them to. So they just fucking get extinct pretty well.
For the food sources, yes,
definitely. Those predator mites they're eating carbon material, they're eating other bugs, they're eating bad life, they're eating mycelium, and they're eating the food source and the sugar source. Like they're the beasts. Like the only better fucking guys in your pots that you have are your worms. Your worms are just always making food for you.
Like the predator mites, I tried twice in my life. It's been, I think, about a year. It was the last time I tried them, and it was at one of my friends' place that we tried it, and we got a whole crap load of them. We literally overkilled it, and it definitely was fighting them. But by the end of the crop, like a month later, there were still mites. Like not badly. Like it definitely held things back, but it definitely didn't wipe them out. And that's why I was just asking if you guys have ever been like put them in and actually like put in 10,000 or 5,000 ladybugs and wipe them out.
I think ladybugs is definitely going to be more difficult to use for control because the adult ladybugs will only eat like
eggs.
Eggs? Okay.
Is it eggs? But it's mainly the younger ladybugs, like the premature, whatever the fucking technical term is, that are actually doing most of the control in the case of ladybugs.
I've never bought ladybugs personally, but I had a place where I used to have crap loads, and I used to just when I'd catch them and put them in my room. But I have tried those spider mites.
There you go.
Yeah.
What species were you using? Because there are plant-borne spider mites, there are airborne mites, and then there are soil-borne mites that are all predatory.
I think they were blue. They were bigger. Spider mites blue.
I think those are the plant-borne ones that actually live on your leaf surface and eat.
Yes.
Ones that land on your leaf. You want the ones that actually are in your soil. Those ones are the beasts. These ones actually don't touch the plant at all, but they live in your soil. But if they're, like I said, they're a little harder to keep alive when you're doing synthetics. But like, I've seen people get them in bags of cocoa, and they start trying to treat them with like, oh fuck, I've got fucking root aphids, is what they first think they are, because that's what they kind of look like. But they're fast as shit. They're not slow like a normal root aphid. They're fast. and they're all over your pots. Like you'll be sitting here and the one of them will run across your phone. They're just chilling, but they're beasts. Like eventually, if you treat them, they just get big and they breed like ape shit.
Are they white when they're that larva, or what
Yes.
color are they? They are.
They're white.
Okay.
White,
They're
and I
just-
think they have 6 legs,
There's
and they
some that
almost
are
look like a tick.
It's funny because I remember seeing that
there are some that are brown.
years ago.
But
Yeah,
a
I
lot
remember-
of soil companies just started inducing those into their soil because they're having that gnat problem and it's getting worse. So they're introducing those predatory mites in their soil before they're bagging them to help reduce that problem. So you're not really getting. You'll notice you really won't get any kind of gnats in bags of soil for probably the first 2 to 3 weeks after you open them if you don't have them immediately. Just because like as soon as you start moving your soil around and we re-water it, the mites will more than likely find another home because they're like, okay, we've kind of already broken down already what's all the live parts, bad parts that are in here. There's other things that we can be eating, so some of them kind of move along. And they're still there. They'll repopulate, but I forgot. Fuck, I'm high. I forgot where I was going with that.
all I know is I hate them.
The other thing I wanted to throw out there was in terms of like my experience with the predators, I've only actually purchased the predatory nematodes. All of the predatory mites that I have all come through soil from outside, composts, things along those lines. I've never actually introduced them, but I have a shit ton.
Cool.
Yeah, people in chat, CO2 does definitely wipe mites out. If you higher your CO2 levels, you'll fucking suffocate them out. Lots and lots of neem oil. What's up? I think it was like I think it was up to like 18 or 2,000.
Oh no, there's no way. Not a chance in hell. Someone brought
it was
up
only for like 10 minutes or something like that. I think it's pretty quick.
Photon
I don't think
Phantom was talking about it earlier today, and he was saying that he sets up a like little clone dome type thing to fill, and he fills it up to 300,000 ppm.
Oh damn!
I don't think that would kill mice.
As high as 80,000.
It definitely slows them down how they breed.
Because when I know someone that he was trying to tell me, and it kind of scared me. He's telling me, turn it up to 30,000 ppm. Because when the lights are out, the plants are producing CO2. You can't hurt them with CO2, but then you've got to be able to vent it out. And I don't even know a CO2 monitor that goes up to 30,000. Plus, I have sealed rims, and I don't have an intake-outtake, so I could never get the CO2 out. I think it's a great theory, though. If you have an airtight room, take all the oxygen out, they die, and it doesn't hurt the plants.
Yeah, well, I think it would be more for like a isolation chamber for like taking more shit in.
Oh, I was thinking the whole room if it's airtight.
It could be,
well, I mean,
but
if you've got a big
it would
infestation,
definitely
I've seen
take a hell of a
people
lot
do it.
more CO2 to do that. And because like Photon was saying that he gets it as high as 80% saturation, so 800,000 ppm.
Yeah, that's high as shit. Yeah, I don't have a lot of experience with that. I've just had a few people I've seen try it, but yeah, that's high.
But he said between 300,000 and 800,000 is where he goes.
Okay, well, I believe that would definitely work. The guy was telling me 30,000, and he's telling me, he's like, just take a CO2 bottle and open it up. I'm like, have you ever done this before?
And that's what Photon was saying too originally, though. But the way that he does it specifically is in a little chamber. But he has said to just like, if you got a sealed room, just open up a
with an oxygen tank on your mask for yourself.
Yeah, or just dip out as soon as you open it. Something.
Oh yeah, just let the whole thing go. Yeah, that'd be crazy. Great theory. I don't want to be the one to test it first on 30 lights.
Yeah, nah. But like setting up a small little, 4x4x5 room or something like that to just for isolation chamber as you bring new shit in. That'd be fucking awesome.
Like small clones.
Well, it makes sense.
Yep. Even each round, put all your own clones into there. Extra just positive type prevention,
I like to just take that neem oil and just take the whole plant and dunk the whole cutting underneath that and just rinse that fucker real good.
Diluted neem oil, not pure neem oil.
No, never anything pure, really. Diluted.
Okay. Just for people out there.
Warm water with a wetting agent being either yucca, Humboldt sticky, or coco wet, something that actually breaks the surface, breaks the oil apart. But warm water also helps. Shake the fuck out of it before you put anything in it or spray it. Just continually keep shaking it if you're doing it. Just because if the oil does rise to the top, you don't want it to be the last thing that you spray on one plant, and that one plant's going to get overcoated in oil, and then it suffocates and starts turning black and slimy, and it dies.
Have you guys ever used a product called Defender?
Nope.
It's a sulfuric spray. Well, it kills mildew, and it's a Safer's product, I believe. So like it's. Oh, I used to use it like years ago. It's one thing that I do. I just brought it up because like if you do have mildew in veg, it does work. You literally could kill your mildew as soon as you spray that stuff in basically 24 hours, except for you just have to be very cautious with it. And that's why I was just bringing it up because, yeah, it's called Defender.
There used to be one we used to use called Actinovate that had certain species of bacteria in it, and the tens of billions of counts, I believe, and like a bunch of different kinds of bacilli counts and other shit. But it was like OMRI listed for a while, and then but it literally just feeds on powdery mildew, and it's just a powder that you would just add like I think it was a half a teaspoon a gallon to it, and you apply it just like one time, and it just ate the powdery mildew, and you really never saw it again. But if you have powdery mildew, your grow conditions are not optimal. Your humidity is too high. Your air exchange is off. Something is off. It only really breeds where.
Well, yeah,
it only really breeds where the conditions aren't right, and most clips will have it. They've been in somebody's garden that had it at one point. It might not be showing it right now, but if you put it in a garden that the conditions are right, it'll come out. It'll spread to everything. The second it takes a footnote, it just kind of stays there. It's not systemic, but it just definitely kind of clings on and doesn't fully 100% go away. But the Actinovate got bought by Monsanto, I believe, a while ago. So we use another one called MycoStop, which is pretty well the exact same thing, but it's made by a different company. But it also just eats powdery mildew, and it's all bacillus. It's all just bacteria.
I haven't used it in years, but I thought I'd bring it up just for other people too, just because or other people listening, because it is a product that works. You have to do it when the lights are off, and like I would always recommend waiting half an hour or an hour to use it, because I've had it where you just flick the lights off and spray it, and you like burn your plants because the cells being open, I guess, in the leaves. Yeah, so you definitely want to use it while the lights are off, and it's been off for a little bit, and yeah, it's a pretty safe product. Yeah.
But what was it? You didn't say what the product was, brother?
It's called Defender, and it's like, you know how they have Defender, those products at Home Depot or Home Depot Safer's Choice or something? It's in that line.
Mm-hmm. Okay, yeah, that pink bottle I mentioned earlier, the one that super stinks, is in the Safer line.
Oh, okay.
It's like an organicide or a fungicide, or I think it's a fungicide actually. Yeah, I haven't had powdery mildew in a long fucking time though, so that's a really fucking good thing.
No, I was just bringing it up. Like same with the burning sulfur thing in veg. Like I don't think there's any. Like I've never heard anybody say anything really too bad about doing it in veg, just a little bit. So obviously you would never want to do it in bud. I don't think there's anything too negative about it, and it's such a great preventative.
Yeah, I know a few people that did it like just fucking all the time. I'm like, dude, you're in the room with that. Are you kidding me? Like, what the fuck? I'm like, no, you do that one time, or you use that to sterilize your room. You break the whole room down, and then you burn sulfur, and then you bring everything back in sterilized.
It's going to taste like a match afterwards. Yeah, I've seen people burn sulfur like right up until the end, and it's fucking disgusting. They literally can't sell it.
You're like, well, dude, it's good weed. Dude, no, it's not. You can't taste that.
You get a lung infection after smoking it.
Fuck. Yeah, that shit's rough.
Yeah, when I was younger,
I can't sell, but what the fuck's wrong with it? Oh, you used a sulfur burner, didn't you?
I can't believe that people actually bought stuff with mildew just not that long ago. It's crazy. Like for years, people sold stuff with mildew, and it wasn't as big of a deal until dispensaries showed up.
I know. going ape shit over that, dude. It's all over Instagram too right now. There's so many people trying to pick people apart. Oh, I can see it right there. Right fucking there. I want to zoom in. I want to double zoom in on that shit. Where'd you buy that shit from? Who was the grower? What's his room like?
I know people that put it under a microscope. If there's even a sign that there was even a mite or anything, nope, rejected, even if it's really nice. Surprises me too, because if you say, hey, it had a couple bugs on a few different plants, but we didn't spray anything, they still don't want it. Yeah.
It sounds bad, but I'd rather have a few bugs versus pesticides any day.
For sure. I wouldn't want to smoke anything. If I knew it was sprayed with pesticides, I wouldn't personally smoke it.
Exactly. I mean, bug damage will fuck up your respiratory system after a while, but smoking a lot of pesticides will do it much faster.
Yeah, I bet.
It's cool though. I'm not smoking it though. No, fuck that mentality. I hate that.
And do you guys like Azamax or not? Are you guys against it?
Azamax is fine. Actually, it's a organic version of Azatrol. No, Azatrol is a. Yeah, I feel it's fine. It is considered synthetic-ish, but like if you've got a problem, that's one thing that you can use that will definitely help.
And thrips. Yeah, we can't get it anymore. They discontinued it. Well, I guess it was owned by General Hydroponics under another company, and they sold it to someone else. But while it was owned by General, we could get it in Canada. But now that General sold the company, we can't get it anymore. It's bullshit.
Can you get Azatrol?
I don't think so. There was one called Azarid that it's like the same bottle as Azamax. They literally copied it. Smells the same. When I tried using it, I just did not have the same results.
Oh yeah, yeah. They probably didn't. They probably didn't concentrate it as much.
I personally prefer the Indian neem oil in its pure form.
Just pure neem oil. Yeah, I'd like to try it. Do you use a wetting agent?
You could look at
neem oil?
Yes, definitely a wetting agent. I use Yucca, the Thermex 70.
Okay.
The neem that I get it from Build a Soil, but the source of it is from Neem Resource, which is in India. So shipping could be expensive depending on what you're buying. Unless you buy in bulk, then Build a Soil is typically cheaper. But yeah.
Yeah, I use this product called Mantis B. It's actually a fully organic product. It kind of reminds me, it smells like a spa almost, like walking into a spa after you spray it, and it's really expensive, but I've never had such good results when I mix it with Mantis B.
Does it have a palm tree oil in it?
I'm just trying to think. I don't think it's palm tree. Like it almost reminds me. Do you guys know what Tiger Balm is? Like that stuff that you rub on, that burns kind of and has a really strong smell.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. It kind of reminds me of that smell. They on the bottle it shows like a bug, and if you talk to people, they try to tell you that it doesn't kill beneficial bugs, but other bugs they don't like it, but they say they can't advertise that. Or else they have to change. But yeah, it's kind of the price is ridiculous actually. Here it's $55 for 1 liter, and 1 liter is good, I believe, for 3 gallons. But that's for when if you're using their directions. I just use like 15 milliliters or 20 milliliters with whatever I'm using to spray, and it seems to work just great.
Man, that's one thing that I really enjoy about my style is I'm not paying for all these bottles, man, because I'd be going through every nutrient company on the market for days, and I'm just like, $50 here, $200 here, $250 here, $300 here, $400 here. I'm just like, dude, what the fuck? And then I start making it myself. I'm like, dude, just as good. Why not?
Like for season 4 in synthetics, I'll roughly go through about $4,500 worth in one crop.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you know what? I'm looking for the first option out, and I'm going to start trying other ones, but I can't just change something without seeing something work.
Oh yeah, without something.
Like I've had the result. I hate the company that I buy stuff off. Like I absolutely fucking hate them. Half the people that work there don't have a fucking clue about anything and will say anything to try to get and to sell a product to you. You know what I mean?
My advice to slowly switch over is try a few pots. Do it. It sounds weird. It sounds not exactly your style, and it may take a little tiny bit of adjusting, but the Korean natural farming style would most likely be up your alley because you can feed the same way you do synthetically. The plant will absorb it just about the same way. But when you no-till, there's no replacing your medium. You feed less. You're actually making all your nutrients. So you're like, you can make fucking 5 gallons of nutrients for like nothing, dude. And they last over a year. So you can use it. Your first run is you're going to buy soil, you're going to buy cover crop, and you're going to make your nutrients. That's going to be your first cost. Your second run is lights. Your third run is lights. Your fourth run is lights. Your fifth run is lights. You don't pay for shit. You don't pay for nutrients, cover crop, or soil. So, I mean, that's all going right back in your pocket. It might not get the same yield, but eventually you will, straight up. Like, and you'll like, all of it's just benefit. It just all goes right back to you, and it's super duper cheap and cost effective, and quality is still right there.
No, and I'm definitely open to trying something. In that property where I'm going to be planting blueberries, I don't actually take possession of the place in time where I can do an outdoor this year, but I'm definitely I'm open to trying a no-till. Like I'd like to prefer to try it outside. I don't think I would try doing like a little mini section of it inside while I'm doing everything else differently. Like, or because you said like no-till comes, I know, with beneficial bugs, but that means there's bugs everywhere, right? Doesn't it?
No,
or not?
No, if they're only really attracted to life. If you're feeding synthetically everywhere else, they'll chill in that pot like frail. They're not going to try to go for anything unless there's something they want. And if there's only what they want in that pot, they're not really going to spread.
That's the only thing that scares me about doing a little trial in one room. I'd rather try it like in a greenhouse outside to start with, kind of just like how, you know, I've actually followed Brown Guy 420. I'm a subscriber and fan of his channel.
Well, the thing is with organics, you're bringing in more beneficial life than bad life. The bad life is competed by the good life, just in any good ecosystem. When you're growing synthetically, you don't want bugs because they're all bad. And organics, you only get bad bugs when something's out of check. So if everything's in check, you only have good life. And it's like literally the planet. It's like how Earth works. We have different species of humans and different species of animals. We all coexist together. We don't all just dominate the world completely. We all actually eat each other, compost each other, and coexist in certain numbers. Certain numbers are dropping because certain other levels are rising. We're still coexisting. That's actually how your pot works. And you're like you were saying you like to have your pot drought every 2 days. I water once a fucking week, dude. And like, look,
a week?
What's up?
Did you say
once
a
week? Once a week, and look at my growth rates. Like, look through my Instagram and look at my growth rates. Plants grow. I get like 2 to 3 inches of growth a day.
And is that indoor?
Like they're just
where you let it dry, like in bud? You let it take a week to dry out?
Look, dude. That's indoor. Those plants are about chest tall right now.
Crazy.
Yeah, I don't let my plants dry out at all.
Like my plants don't dry either. It's my mulch layer keeps everything the exact same moisture level, where I literally go in there and just foliar feed my fucking top layer, and all the rest of it stays perfect because I've put enough compost and everything back into it. My mix is getting kind of thick. It would be preferable if I could have made it more aerated, but it's a little thicker. But again, my growth rate's incredible. Like I haven't even really fed them. All I have to give them is beneficials. And then I gave them a switch over feed, and shit, just this week they've grown. I mean, it's their first week of flower. They've already grown 1.5 feet, almost 2 feet.
Nice. Yeah. Like when you're saying they grow like 1.5 feet, that's amazing. Cause anytime I've had it where it takes a week, like say I started like, the very first feeding, the first day I flipped into bud, I fed them too much and it took a week to dry out. And then the next time I even tried to decrease it just a bit and it was still too much and it took 5 days to dry out. And let's say I'm growing a 9-week strain. Well, anytime I had a scenario like that, I ended up getting almost 2 weeks behind the crop and having to go an extra 2 weeks before I yielded or before I could come down to get the same yield.
That is definitely one thing that you will notice with the organics or synthetics. Synthetics, you're trying to push all the time. It's like a bodybuilder that is consistently putting steroids in his body to make him look the best. But then organics, it's going to be about 1 week behind. But then again, you're going to let them fade how they naturally would, how like spring, summer, and fall happens. Nobody goes out there and flushes fucking, nobody goes out there and flushes for fall. Like it just fall happens every single year at the same time. Trees fade every single year naturally. Nobody goes out there and pumps them full of water. You know what I'm saying?
And in
Like,
veg,
it
do you do the
happens.
same thing? Like, is that what you aim for in veg too?
What?
Like taking a week to dry out, or like it takes quite a long time? It's not every few days.
I just let them do their thing, man. They're in 27-gallon pots, and I got 2 plants per each, and they don't eat super fast. They're just perfectly happy. They're like, dude, seriously, go on to Instagram real quick and just look through my page. I actually posted a video earlier today.
I think I
You
have
can
to
see
open
the
up an
plant.
account first, though, don't I? Or not? Or can I?
No, you don't.
I don't even think
I'll
you have
post the
to
link in
confirm your
the,
email on that one.
Someone put the link in the.
Yeah, you don't even have to open it. I'll just put the link in the chat.
Yeah, because another thing too, when I'm in veg and I have them drying out every couple days, like the amount of growth and how fast I've been getting plants and the size, like, because I'm not very book smart. I'm just physically watching the plants and seeing what they're doing when I'm doing this, and like the growth that I'm getting and the size of the plants I'm getting and the speed. I compare it to having them dry out every couple of days versus like a long period. I personally notice a big difference, but I guess that could have something to do with synthetics versus organics, like you said.
Exactly. Synthetics, you're trying to force feed. Organics, you're letting it pick. It doesn't matter how much food source you have. If everything's not in swing, the plant won't eat it. Like you have to have the right, everything. Like they just they want to be as close to nature as they possibly can, but still have the right biology, the right pH level, the right everything that they want to have. Synthetically, you're just pushing them. Like that's what they want. That's why you burn plants. Organics, you don't burn plants unless you feed too hot of guanos or too hot of chicken shit, like too hot of shits that aren't composted. Like, but you don't really burn. You just see leaf twists from like deficiencies or certain strains, like for instance Master Kush. It's not a very heavy feeder. It doesn't really like to be fed, so when you feed it, it does that classic like little crinkle and then it comes right out of it every single time. It just doesn't preferably like to be fed. It seems that one would preferably like to be in just a super soil. Like it wouldn't want to be fed. It wants to be just watered and the food slowly tapered off. You know what I'm saying?
Maybe the Master Kush you have is the same as me, because I've been growing Master Kush here for years, and I definitely can't feed it as high. I actually max out at 1,000 ppm as the highest feeding versus my Death Bubba strain that I max out at 1,350 ppm.
Well, I can ask one question. I'll ask if we've got the same clip. Does your Master fade the outer ring black, with purple, with yellow and red, or does every single leaf fade different color?
The Master I have, it goes yellow. It goes really yellow. It doesn't get very much purple at all.
Oh, yeah, you should do my profile, dude.
I know some people in Vancouver out here call it MK Ultra.
Like this one is actually mine. It's the pre-2003 Dutch Passions Master. It actually, if you can grow it like 15 different ways and it'll all look different. Like you'll have some, like if you grow it on BioBiz and if you don't hit it perfect, it'll look like Forum Girl Scout cookies. It'll be coated to fuck, but it won't yield right. But it'll look 100% like Forum, same color and everything. But you smoke it and you're like, that's not cookie dough, that's fucking Kush. Like it's like got that straight coffee back with the Kush hint, with sometimes a berry hint, depending on what you're feeding it. But it's the clip I have, it fades purple, pink, black, red, like all different leaves, like on one plant. It's fucking crazy. It's beautiful as fuck. But I wouldn't mind having the original clip either. I haven't ran that one in a good long time. But that pre-2003 has been ran against a lot of fucking clips. Like it's been ran against at least 100 fucking clips that I've had, and it's still around. She's a beast.
The OG that you guys have there is completely different than the OG we have here, for sure. It's not even close to the same thing. The OG we have here is absolute garbage. It's like one of the most common strains that's grown here. And I recently, his and her grow, they actually were coming through to go skiing, and I bumped into them and smoked a joint and showed them some Death Bubba, and they said, oh, this is like a really good OG crossed with something, is what they had said, is what it smelled like to them. So we definitely don't have the same OG strain. Like the OG strain here smells like PK, very similar to PK. You guys are familiar with that smell? It's kind of like a pungent PK smell.
Yeah, it's more piney than earthy.
Yeah, I don't even know how to describe it really. All I know is that the value of it too. Like if you take like something like Death Bubba, what I grow compared to OG here, it can right now hold at least double the value. Well, at least in my area.
We've got Bubbas over here that are slow as shit that'll put buds on wider than 2-liter Coke bottles, but we've also got OGs up here that'll only grow golf balls, and they're super, super, super low yielders, but you take one hit and you're higher than you fucking ever been. Like, for instance, most people like Blue Dream. Blue Dream, the Santa Cruz clip, if you twist it, it'll actually corkscrew. When you smoke, when you blow it out, it hits you pretty hard. Triangle Kush hits you on the inhale and then again on the outhale. That is a very experienced smoker's like high. You won't find that one in shops because it don't yield worth shit, and you'd have to charge too much for it because it's just that fucking good. And it's been around since I believe 2012, but it's just killer. No, 2007. I had it in 2012, so it must have been around 2007. I would think. But I've also ran that pre 89 OG. That shit's bomb as fuck. We just call her OG. Like, dude, that one straight hits you in the eyes, hits you in the head, and just hits you hard. Like, I used to just straight up just hunt down OGs to run against each other, and there's only 2 that I would ever match up against Triangle. The original SFV clip, and then that we just call her OG. Again, and Triangle. Those are like the 3, like, fucking, if you got all 3 of those, you're not doing shit.
What is like a pound worth in your area if you had like a quad pound or pounds and you were selling it to a dispensary? What would that be?
See, the only is the dispensers around here slowball the fuck out of you, so it's better to just do street value. And then, well, dispensaries, they have most people around here that are going to be like, dude, okay, well, you come in, you're like, hey, I've got some killer OG. Okay, well, how much do you want for it? Well, how does 18 sound? Oh, well, I've got this guy that's got 100 fucking pounds of it that he'll sell me for 12. Well,
my stuff's organic. Look how it burns.
They don't give a shit, dude. They're asking the price. They don't even fucking care.
See, I found like, that attitude from a lot of people. You just have to stick with it, though, and grow a really nice product.
Dude, that's when I actually go, okay, well, thank you for your business. I guess I'll go elsewhere. And I spite him a bud. Guess what? 2 days later, he calls me. I'm not going to buy that for the customers, but I think I'm going to keep that in my personal stash. Yeah, I'll buy that from you. Yeah, exactly.
I've seen people do that too, like try to bluff and say, that's my final. You say no, and they go, okay, I'll do it. Just trying to save money right on the spot.
Fucking, it's all about just connoisseur grade. Like, if you got fucking 100 pounds of Blue Dream, who gives the fuck? Because the guy down the road's got it, and the guy down the road's got 99, the guy down the road's got 99, the other guy down the road's got 9. It's all fucking Blue Dream too. So who cares? It's all about those super elite strains that nobody fucking else has that are just killer. And the names out there, like, for a while, I was getting like fucking $4,000 a pound for my fucking Dox OG outdoor.
Crazy.
It's just the name and who wants it. He's like, dude, I smoked that, and that is by far the best. He's like, I've been smoking for like 15 years. Dude, this is absolutely my favorite, period. I will pay whatever the fuck you want for it.
Yep, that's exactly how it is. I always have people, it doesn't matter, someone's mad at me. You know what I mean? Like, yeah. I can't. The demand out here for high quality is so fucking strong. I can't, like, that's the thing is for like, you get it into the top quad, there's no competition basically. There's hardly none. Nobody grows like high quads. Well, like occasional people do, but we're talking smaller and smaller grows, not in big volume, right?
Yeah, and that's the hard part is we need to try to get some of these really good smaller growers that actually know what the fuck they're doing, that can, produce pretty well, but put them on a bigger scale and see how they perform and help them adjust to the bigger scale, but do how they were doing on a bigger scale. And then you'll get the quality along with the along with the industrial side. But people need to start getting smarter and stop thinking with their fucking pockets. Start thinking about patience.
Yeah, absolutely.
Remember, if I put One Shot or World's Last Hope, whatever you go by, his thing in the chat yet, but I just put it in again. So
Oh,
Oh, is that the past pictures? Did you see those roots from those fucking solo that coco though?
Yeah,
Okay,
those look nice.
That's just straight aloe vera and coconut. That's nothing else. And I think those are probably right around like 10 days at that rate. But the cool part about that is you're not having to flip trays over to touch roots, so you're not trying to like get your oils attached to them. You're not disturbing roots at all. You can visibly see them. They actually do just fine if you put them in a humidity dome. You can fit, I think, 18 of them in there, so they still have the black covering where the roots are going to form. But there's no transitioning to a solo cup. If you like to go to a solo cup, you're actually skipping that phase and going straight into. You can go straight into its final home, no problem. So you're just skipping a few weeks of edge, really. Just relying on just straight aloe.
Nice. I'm just going through your Instagram right now.
But yeah, look at the growth in 6 days on my first week of flower. I mean, those plants right now are only 4 weeks old, I think. 4 weeks old from being transplanted in their final homes from 2 gallons. And they were only, I think, 12 to 13 inches tall when they went into their final homes. They were flipped at, I believe, 28 inches, and that only took like 2.5 weeks.
Nice.
And like I only watered them, I think, once or twice. That's it.
Oh, they look healthy.
Yeah, they're definitely getting it. A couple of seeds that I made that I'm going through. But I'm expecting them to stretch probably another half a week. They're more hybrids. They're more indica hybrids, honestly.
Hey guys, I'm gonna take off. I just want to say shout out to the chat, shout out to you guys. Fucking holler at you guys later.
Oh yeah, brother, have a good night.
You just wake up, monster.
See you later.
All right, brother.
Peace out.
That actually just reminded me. We were supposed to bring up something just to kind of throw out there that we're going to cover next week, hopefully, if we can gather enough info by then. But somebody had been asking multiple times about esters in relation to flavonoids and the smells and tastes that we perceive from cannabis. And they were asking for more information on the topic. Well, we really don't know all that much. So
we know about flavor.
Open it up. Well, yes. I'm saying we, like, as in, like, us, the people specifically talking about it, like, when we were talking about it the other night, none of us really knew all that much. So we figured we'll open it up to everybody, give it a week, see what everybody comes back with. If anybody finds any good information on it that they would like to provide or come on to the show and talk about, by all means. Or if anybody's already knowledgeable on the topic, put it up next week, come on.
Can you repeat the topic again?
A little something.
I kind of didn't catch exactly what you said.
Question was specifically in regards to esters, contribution to the tastes and smells that the cannabis produces. Okay. And we're kind of a little bit to the association of terpenes, esters, and flavonoids all together. So really anything on either of the three.
Okay.
Really applicable for the topic we're trying to address. So yeah,
I'm basically
if anybody wants to hop on, either DM one of us or whatever, or you could email us at trichomechasers@gmail.com and we'll set it up for next week or maybe the week after, depending on how slowly it develops, but hopefully next week. So.
Esters.
Yeah. So back to your regular scheduled program. That's where you guys take it back over.
What's a good topic?
We still got 28 people in chat.
Word shouts out to everybody for that.
No,
Or
well,
watching.
obviously cannabis. Here's an interesting one for you. So obviously cannabis smoke is different than tobacco smoke. Why do they layer differently though? What in cannabis makes the like dust sticky? Does anybody else? Oh, obviously, most cannabis smokers see that. Like if you just feel where your dust is, it's not like dust; it's like sticky. What exactly is it? Just the tar in the cannabis, or the resin glands? Or it's probably just the resin, huh? It's floating around in the smoke molecules.
Yeah, it's the terps.
Yeah, I kind of
Goddamn
got lost a
terps.
little bit on what you were asking.
Is asking why is cannabis
I don't know.
resinous as opposed to like typical like tobacco or cigarettes.
Well, like tobacco stains your walls, cannabis doesn't. But the dust,
Oh, okay.
the dust definitely has a stick to it. You know what I'm saying? It definitely is like kind of thick, but you can't brush it off with like a feather duster. You got to like physically scrape it off.
It's probably because cannabis exudes more terpenes, whereas tobacco exudes more toxic phenolic compounds. But I don't know. I'm just kind of shooting off the hip here. I could be full of shit.
Your weed's just too sticky, fool. No, I don't know. I was just something I thought off the top of my head. I was just sitting here smoking a bowl, watching the cloud float by.
Well, Cal says it's the esters.
It's the esters.
Damn esters.
Terpenes.
Tarps.
Janitor, I mean Esther.
So did we cover everything for tonight? Cover all the mediums we wanted to cover, or did we touch on all that, or what happened? I was kind of stoned the whole time.
The only other thing that we said we were going to cover, which I feel like is definitely getting pushed to another week, is hash. But
yeah, you don't want to put that with the fucking PM talk.
That's a big question.
Yeah, some mite legs in your 45.
Hash. It's like gold member. Hash.
Anybody else got any questions for GML? Anybody in the chat or GML? You got any questions for anybody?
I'm trying to think. I took 400 milligrams of weed about 4 hours ago. Well, gel cap pills, so.
There you go. I'll tell you what, man. I had a buddy roll through with some CBD pills the other day, and that definitely helped relieve some of this pain from my fucking hands.
I've been sleeping better than ever since I started taking these gel caps, man. Like seriously, I could only get 4 or 5 hours of sleep like for about the last 7 years. As soon as I started taking these caps, man, I can actually sleep 7 or 8 hours straight without waking up. So they really help me.
And those are THC caps, right?
Yes. Just like 50 milligram gel caps.
That's what's up.
The base is CO2 oil is what it was made from, mixed with coconut oil.
And how long do you take that before trying to go to sleep?
Oh, no, it's like, for example, I actually usually take
like
them
a daily thing.
As soon as I'm not, I've been taking them daily, but as soon as I'm not going to be driving around anymore, right? Because these things are pretty heavy. Mm-hmm. Like your eyes go so freaking red. Like I've actually taken too much before, and I literally thought it almost felt like the spins being drunk, but from weed. So it wasn't a good feeling.
Yeah, body high is a lot different than smoking high. Like you can get too high smoking, but you get too high body high, it's different.
Yeah, I can handle the smoking one, but when like I didn't know what to do. I didn't know if I was gonna throw up, pass out, or what. Like I was so freaking high, I couldn't even and that was off 200 milligrams before I had an immunity to it.
Yeah, doesn't that shit suck? You're like you take so much, and then all of a sudden you're just like So nothing's working now.
Yeah, I've done it before. I've ate too much in a cookie where it literally made my tongue swollen and half my face almost paralyzed. I was up for 36 hours. But yeah.
Oh, dude, I had a poor friend. So she came to me and she was like, so my mom just got prescribed cannabis for the first time and she don't smoke. So she went to the club the other day and got some edibles. Well, she went and bought $140 worth of edibles and came to me and said, well, what do I do with them? I said, just take half and, see how you feel. She took half of all of them. She slept for 3.5 days.
I believe it.
She's like, you ate half of all of them? She's like, well, yeah. She's like, I meant one.
Yeah, man. Sometimes I had 40 grams of like really killer bud, and my buddy looked at a recipe online for making it into cookies. This is going back a long time ago. So he made it into 6 cookies, and he didn't even strain the freaking weed. He didn't even strain the fucking weed. Yeah. And he burnt the weed.
Dude, these are awesome. He burnt them too? You're like, dude, I don't care. We're going to get so fucking high.
I know. So it actually, like, do you know what's funny is I got so fucked up. Like, that's when my tongue got swollen. And there ended up being 2 cookies left over. 3 weeks later, my cousin was at my house by himself. He was absolutely starving. He found them. They were rock hard. He stuck them in the microwave, just heat them up, and ate them. And fuck, he was stuck at my house for 2 days. Fucking, and he had the same effect, like the paralyzed half of your mouth where he couldn't even talk properly.
Going along with that, have you ever seen the movie called Smiley Face?
No.
Smiley, the chick in all the Scary Movie 1, 2, and 3, Anna Faris?
I'm sure I would know her by face. I'm terrible with names.
She's a little blonde girl. Anyway, she plays a stoner in that one. She like wake and bakes, and she's like sitting there playing a video game, and she's roommates. It's actually fucking Hyde from that 70s show, but he's a different character. And he's like, she goes into the fridge, and there's this fucking pan of cupcakes. It says, do not eat these cupcakes. These are reserved for me and my friends for the science fiction convention. This means you, Jane. Like, it's specifically, bitch, don't eat these. And she's like, fuck that. I'm going to eat these, and I'm just going to make him some better ones. So she eats fucking 12 of these fucking cupcakes, and they're all laced with fucking weed, and she has no idea. There's a note that says, hey, you need to pay the power in fucking person today, or we will be shut off. She has a fucking audition at like 11:30, and she's just high as fuck. She runs out of weed, so she has to call her dealer. The dealer's like, dude, you're fucking baked as fuck. Like, she's like, what? But, dude, it just gets worse and worse and worse the whole time. But, dude, that movie is funny as shit. You should check it out. She has all this shit to do and fucking 12 of these fucking hot cupcakes. She ends up, like, short on money for the weed, so she ends up owing him $40. And he's like, okay, meet me at this convention, and you have to pay me fucking today, though. You've been doing this for a while. I want all of it today. You owe me, like, $350. I want it fucking today. Or I'm going to come here and fucking take your furniture. And she's like, oh, fuck, I just bought this brand new $1,000 fucking bed. You can't take my fucking furniture. Her bank account's fucking empty from buying the bed, so she doesn't have any money for fucking weed. Dude, it gets worse and worse and worse and worse. It's fucking hilarious, though. It's got one of the guys from The Office in it. It's got a bunch of famous people in it, actually. Donnie Machete, the guy that plays Kumar, our Harold.
Oh, okay.
Anyways, yeah, that's good.
Yeah, I'll check it out. I download a lot. Man, you guys have the best cell phone deals down there. I can't believe it. We get fucking raped over here. Like, we can't even get unlimited data. I just can't believe when I saw online what you guys you can get unlimited data there.
Oh, yeah, we've been getting unlimited for a long time now.
It's fucking crazy. Like, man, for like a max out plan, you can get like 4 gig or 6 gig maybe and pay over $100. And be unlimited in Canada for calling. It's fucking terrible. I can't believe the plans. I was just looking online there. We get so fucking pimped here. Like, if you go over your gig, like, some people charge $25 for 1 gig. It's fucking crazy.
Yeah, I think it's like 15 over here. if you have a plan that's not unlimited.
Oh, if you
Which,
but
like,
there's
most
so
of the
many
time,
unlimited plans though, right? Isn't there? Like Verizon.
Oh
And
yeah, yeah. But
so
like
many.
for here, honestly, like at my house, I pay for internet, and it's only like $30 a month. So I lower my cell phone plan down to only like half a gig a month because I'm mostly like around the home base, and I don't really use my phone out and about. So like whenever I walk in my house, it just connects to my internet, so I don't really have to pay a shitload for two internets.
Nice. Yeah, our phones here cost a lot, and there's
Right.
not that many options. Controlled. Same with insurance for cars. You have to go. We can only go through one person.
Damn.
Yeah, it's fucking bullshit. It's called ICBC, and they fuck you. Little off topic, but
I thought we were capitalist. Shit.
yeah. No, the one nice thing I guess we have
That's not
healthcare.
capitalism.
We don't have to pay for it.
Yeah, that's fucking killer right there. And you get paid to go to college,
Paid to go to college?
don't you? Doesn't your
I don't
government
know,
pay you guys to go to college?
I've never heard that one. I heard of like student loans, but
Fuck, we've got students here. That's what I thought I heard about Canada. Fuck. I was about to say, fuck, I'll go there for fucking anything. You know, fucking pay me to go learn and not have fucking debt.
you still have to pay medical. Like I have to pay $55 a month Canadian, but if I didn't pay it for 4 years and went to the hospital, they would still treat me, and like eventually they would just try to go after you with like collections, you know what I mean? But you'd never get denied. So it is okay, I guess.
I guess in like Japan or Korea or somewhere, you pay the hospital as like a normal bill, and then when you go to the hospital, you don't pay. Like they try to get you better so that they can pay you. But if you're in there, you don't pay. They take care of you.
I'm confused. Over there or?
Yeah, not over in America. Over in Japan or Korea or somewhere, one of those two.
Yeah, like I can't imagine that having to pay. Like I've had 3 surgeries on my knee. Man, I can't even imagine what would like if in the States if I would even have been able to get them. Like they're expensive.
Yeah,
well, I guess if you have a job.
Dude, if you don't have insurance over here, they're so nonchalant. They're like, "Oh, that's like $36,000. So yeah, go ahead and pay that on your way out." Like, what the fuck? This ain't a check at a fucking diner.
You guys are doing stem cells injections. Like Joe Rogan was just talking about that. Like we don't even have that here, but apparently, like you can do like that's breaking technology compared to what we have, from what I hear. You can grow cartilage, ligaments.
It's cool. We got Florida. No, you don't have Florida, so it's cool. And I'm just
Yeah, do you want some of these shitty fucking states we have? You can
Oh fuck! I'm the only place in
fucking
Canada
states
where
are
I
waiting
can
to
live.
move up there anyway.
The other side of Canada is freezing. Like I'm in like a warm area.
Dude, you know what's fucked up? My town is colder than fucking Birmingham a lot. Like they did a news report that said a little town in California was fucking colder than Birmingham, Alaska this morning. It was negative 22 degrees below zero.
What?
Yeah. They get the Alaskan wind current right fuck about this one town, and it gets so cold there it goes below zero.
Crazy.
Like enough where propane tanks are fucking freezing.
Yeah, there's so many areas around here where they get freezing cold and snow, like if you go farther north, but like I don't live in any of those areas. Like I'm in like literally the spot in British Columbia that is the lightest lightest winters. Like for years we didn't even really get any snow. Like you get sometimes like in a couple inches, but it's gone that same day. But man, this year was the first year where we got a whole bunch of snow like late. It was just a few weeks ago.
You want to hear something that'll kind of blow your mind? That place that I was telling you about is only like 2.5 hours from me where I'm at. No snow. Doesn't ever snow. It snows maybe once every like 5 to 7 years. Gets up to like 120 degrees in the summertime. But just an hour from me, they get like 14 fucking feet of snow.
Crazy.
Isn't that weird? Elevation change, but damn. Like we don't get shit for snow. Like we get rain. That's about it.
I'm jealous of the stuff you guys can grow there though, man. Like all the tropical stuff you can grow.
At NorCal, dude, NorCal heat plants fucking just grow like, dude, you put a fucking plant in a greenhouse and you'd be like, dude, it's like 140 fucking degrees in here, and plant's just growing like mad. You're just like, what the fuck? I can't even stand in this bitch.
I want mango trees, man.
I have seen people up in Canada who have been able to set up like year-round greenhouses that are able to maintain the climate to be able to grow things from lemon trees to limes to mangoes and shit like that. So it's definitely possible to be done up there. You just need to have the right setup.
I've seen lemon and limes, but I've never seen mangoes.
Yeah, there's two styles you can do for that. You can either there's one that's either you dig a hole, it's like a trench, and you actually make a roof for it, and the ground insulates itself, and you can use the walls or whatever you need, or you make your classic light depth with your you're like a hoop house, but you build another hoop house on the outside of that, and you do your clear plastic on the inside and on the outside and seal them both, and it actually acts like an insulation layer and keeps that bitch at about 80 degrees in like 6 feet of snow.
You'd have to still heat it though too, right?
There's a few other ways.
The ground actually will put off quite a bit of heat for you too, but yeah, you'll probably want to add a little extra heat to it. But
it can get pretty cold. Like if it gets -4, that'd be pretty tough, right?
You could do, like I said, you might experiment and try it. I mean, I've seen people heat them with a fucking wood stove, man.
Yeah, there's a person in Victoria that has a setup with oranges, limes, and lemons. It's amazing. That's the only person that I've seen actually that has it out here. But I like tropical fruit. That'd be my dream. Have like mangoes and papayas. Oh,
yeah. Look into
papayas being grown up there.
You said you've actually seen someone in Canada? Sorry.
Yeah, I've seen videos of somebody up in Canada who has papayas, oranges, a few other things. But yeah. One other way, aside from the two that you mentioned, One Shot, to help to maintain that environment would be using some sort of... Are you guys familiar with what a Chinese greenhouse is?
No, I'm not personally.
It's the length of it is really the length of like the face of it is south facing, and then the north wall is going to be very heavily insulated, and the initial top on the back side will be heavily insulated, and then the sides will be heavily insulated. So really the sun's just going to be coming through that front
southern exposure.
Yeah, and then the rest of it's going to be super insulated. Some people will also use, aside from thick concrete to insulate it, they'll use like water jugs and methods of that sort to maintain the thermal, to build thermal mass essentially. And then you could also employ geothermal heating and cooling in such a greenhouse, and that would help.
Oh yeah.
You're probably still going to have to put some sort of input, whether it's a wood stove, a rocket, mass burner, which is something that I would probably look towards because that would be really effective in being able to mass to hold that heat in for a longer period of time than just a normal normal wood burning stove.
Don't you think a geothermal, like if you had the water and you were doing water geothermal, you would think that would be really efficient for it? They're just so expensive, right?
Yeah, that would probably be a lot more efficient than just normal like air exchange geothermal type methods.
So another thing to add to that is recirculating floors. If you actually take where your greenhouse, where your pots are all going to sit, dig little holes, and you do a PVC trail that all connects, and that actually goes into a bucket. You can put a aquarium heater and a small water pump in it, and it'll actually pump warm water through all the pipes underneath all your pots back into the pot, and just pretty much just keep recirculating that warm water underneath all your pots, and it'll keep your ground warm. Also help heat your greenhouse.
Better yet, doing that with something like copper and having it run out into a big compost pile same way. And you could even set up multiple compost piles like on a perpetual type system, where if say the first one will start to lose temperature after the first month and a half of winter, then you can switch it to go to the second one, which would be still in that phase at that section. So you'd be able to way as well and save yourself the electrical input of the heater.
There you go. Yeah, I just look at like old techniques, honestly, just see how they did growing in snow, you know, fucking 1,000 years ago. See if there's anything written about that. 'Cause let's use the 10,000 fucking years of experience that we gained, not the 40 years of indoors that we all experienced, you know, in the 70s.
Like, I'm almost positive, like if you had a greenhouse and you had just like an outtake that was then funneling the air like through piping under the ground about 4 feet, you would be cooling the air a bit, but like no one can give me the actual equation, like how many feet you would need per BTUs to cool it. Like I was talking to an AC guy about it, and he said, yeah, you definitely could do that, but he didn't have the answer. Because it's obviously way cheaper if you could do that with the exhaust and just have hundreds of feet under the ground. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
piping.
Actually, yeah. Another thing that seen greenhouses that are built in a similar type of way to the that I mentioned before, where at the peak, southern facing in its exposure, but they had a larger back half that was all still insulated, but they had some like use for like barn space type shit back there. But normal I guess just a normal A-frame peak.
Yeah.
And at that peak they would take that heat that accumulated up there and they would recirculate that down into the soil, like underneath the soil beds through pipe, and that's how they would also help to warm the soil down, like
cool.
From the convection heat that accumulates at the roof.
At the top.
There you go.
Yeah. Yeah, geothermal with water, it's nice, just the systems are so expensive.
Mm-hmm.
I can't believe it. Like here to get a 5-ton geothermal system, and all it takes is water in, water out. Just looks like a water-cooled heat pump, basically. They're 15 grand, and that's if you can get a deal. You know, it's crazy. Versus you get a water-cooled heat pump that you can get for $5,000 bucks.
Mm-hmm.
But it's definitely cool to be able to heat and cool, or be able to have the heating and cooling option. It's obviously a nice perk to it also.
Yeah.
But
Always
again,
a consistent battle when you're growing somewhat outdoors with changing your temperature, humidity, everything.
Mm-hmm.
I could see that. I was like terribly unsuccessful growing outdoor, and any like I did it 3 different years, and I like complete failure, man. Like complete fail. It's embarrassing, actually. Like I freaking failed as bad as you could fail. One year we hiked 50 bales of dirt, like 2 kilometers down, like literally almost a cliff. We had to get a winch and stuff, and then over a stream. Like all this damn work for nothing. Grew all these big plants, but I didn't have the right strains. I was younger and unexperienced, you know, and but nothing finished. And I had that. I had another year where I literally planted 500 plants, got like 10-foot plants, and I had 50 of a different strain that was an early finishing strain. And out of everything, I only got to harvest the 50 plants. It was a freaking shame. Like we literally set up tarps and paid people to literally live there, thinking we're going to do something, and then the rain got so bad one day it was done. Couldn't even, like, by the time we got it back, it rotted. It wasn't big. It needed to go longer, you know.
That's fucked.
Now with where you're at, when does like your outdoor have to finish by to be able to actually be?
Well, where I live now, it's a little bit different, but I don't think you want to be going too much longer than like September at the latest, but I would be preferring
like early September or end of September.
What's that?
Or late September.
Well, some years you can go like into late September, but there's a lot of strains that we have out here that finish halfway through August. So those are the ones that I would personally like after all the like bad experience, because like all it takes is a bit of rain, right? And you're fucked.
Mm-hmm.
And like
like middle of November here.
I know it's crazy. Like where I am, maybe on like certain years, like on Vancouver Island, we have beautiful weather. I was living in Chilliwack before. It was actually, I didn't really do my homework. I moved to an area that's surrounded by mountains, a terrible spot to grow where there was constant rain, like where there isn't in other areas because of the mountains. It was a fucking terrible spot to do. Like it was heartbreaking too, because not only did I invest money, like I literally put my heart and soul and work so freaking hard for nothing, to lose not nothing, to actually lose money and go in the hole.
Yeah,
that shit's never fun.
Yeah, so I haven't had the best experiences with it, but like having an early strain, I love those, because like if you're finishing halfway through August, then it's a lot. I just didn't have access to the right strain back then.
Yeah, out here, like he said, I bring shit to at least the end of October. I had some strains last year that could have easily gone to probably November, but I took like first week in November.
I'm sorry, what was that?
I was just saying, like, same type of outdoor here. Like, we were finishing out the last of the stuff around like November. Could have gone probably third week in November, but early just because of weather and shit.
You guys can get 3 crops outside if you have like a tarping greenhouse, basically, then I guess in a season.
More than that, if you actually have a veg one, you get a veg.
Yeah,
if
you got someplace to veg, yeah, then you could probably pull out a full 4 to 5.
Yeah, I was about to say about 5.
That's amazing.
But that's with
where I'm at, we just have to worry about rain.
Not like, well, actually, where I am, without a heated greenhouse, it'd be harder in like to early February month, but like unheated greenhouse right here where I am right now, all year.
Yeah, where I'm at, don't need to be heated.
Needs to be heated.
Yeah, mine don't need to be heated. It just literally needs to be covered and then prepared for rain. So if you can get them off the ground, so water can go underneath of them and not pound the shit out of them. So make something that's super stable. Because I've seen fucking straight rebar bent. I've seen aluminum just destroyed. Like we get high winds and lots of rain. Like it's like 2 weeks solid of rain, and then it stops, and then it spurts here and there, and then it stops, and then straight spring, and then hot as fuck. But yeah, you can grow year round here with pretty much. You're gonna expect maybe one shit crop a year with that rain. Like, and unfortunately for me, I did like it was like 89 plants or something like that, all by myself, and I got fucking 2 weeks of rain solid for a week through 4 and 5 of flower, and they just hated life. They just sat in water and just didn't do nothing.
Shit.
8 week flower turned into like 16, 17 fucking weeks, and they just didn't want to do nothing.
Fuck.
Yeah, it's no fun.
I mean, they're still growing, but they weren't doing that.
I have to shut her down. Just my daughter's room is right below where I'm talking, and she's woken up. I can hear her crying down below. So it's getting pretty late here. But it's been fun, and thanks for having me.
Oh yeah, dude, good talking.
So yeah, I guess I'll see you guys next week.
Yeah, thanks for coming on, brother.
No problem. Like I said, Vader OG, he said he's going to come on next week too. So this will be a good episode next week.
Vader?
I'll make a video. Yep.
Word up.
Dope.
Nice. Yeah. Like I said. Okay. Well, have a good one, guys.
All right. You too, sir. Yeah. I think it's getting close to wrap up time. Either way.
I'm
say.
Yeah.
That's good to me.
Word up.
Just thanks everybody. Thanks to the chat. Thanks to the panel. Any information, any topics, just save them for next week, and just think of anything. We'll try to cover them best we can.
Word up. Yeah, just gonna throw out a reminder for the esters, flavonoids, and terpene chat. If anybody has any info they want to contribute, send our way. Hop on and whatever the case be. Feel free, hit us up. Either DM me or Monster or Can't Wait Till It's Legal or Pays or email at gmail.com. Word. Pass that. We'll be doing Seed Junkies Anonymous on Tuesday. I don't know if Josh is doing something Wednesday or not, but if not, we might get a little organic stream going. So something will probably happen Wednesday. And then who knows what's going on Thursday. We'll have to talk to legal and see what the word is. And we'll be back here next Friday. So
Saturday.
Saturday. Yeah. Yes, Fridays too now. Nah. Peace out, everybody.
All right, peace.